It's that time of year again when the Bahamas glues into the much anticipated details of the national budget. Good morning, Bahamas. I'm Thea Ferguson, and welcome to the ZNS TV Network's pre-show of the 2025-2026 budget communication. This show will provide you with some insight on what the budget is, where the money goes, the public's reaction, and commentary from some of the country's leading business minds. Our goal is to give you a better understanding of what the government does to tally specific numbers to ensure the economy remains in a positive trajectory. Well, here's some budget background for you. The annual budget communication is delivered by the Minister of Finance on the last Wednesday in the month of May in the House of Assembly. This gives parliamentarians, that's members of the House and Senate, also known as the country's lawmakers, exactly 1 month to debate, calculate, and review budget numbers, all before the budget year starts on July 1st. Well, to get the show started, we're going to set the scene for you at the heart of today's events, downtown Nassau. Our Lloyd Allen is posted at the Cabinet Office, where the Minister of Finance, Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis, will lead the delegation into Parliament. Good morning, Lloyd. Tell us what's going on in the heart of the city this morning.
Well, of course, good morning, Thea, and good morning, Bahamas. Today, of course, is one of the biggest cabinet days in the calendar year, as the government is intended to present its plan over the course of the next year on how it intends to manage the country. And right now, I'm standing at Rawson Square. Right behind me is Parliament, where officials are expected to converge there around 10 a.m. to begin that session. As it stands right now, the Prime Minister and his cabinet team is in the cabinet building. They've not made their journey to the Parliament building as yet, and of course every year they make that traditional walk with the red briefcase, that briefcase containing a lot of information, many of which the Bahamian people are looking forward to. Areas of transport, areas of development, fire services, of course, we know have received significant attention over the last few weeks in terms of fires around the country, and of course people are looking forward to see what the government plans to invest and how that will pan out over the course of the next year. Right now, downtown as well, there are significant tourists. Other media crews are here as well. It's a busy scene. It's buzzing with activity. And of course, our Felicity Darwell is also here with a little bit more on what's happening right now.
All right, thank you so much, Lloyd. So we will toss it now to our Felicity, who is also in the field, as Lloyd said. Felicity, what can you tell us? Who are you seeing? What's going on in downtown right now from your point of view?
Thanks, Lloyd and Thea. Good morning, Bahamas. We are here in this very historic square on this historic day in the fiscal year, the 2025-2026 budget. And so far, it's kind of quiet here in front of the House of Assembly. We've seen Member of Parliament for South Beach, Bacchus Roll, enter shortly, but still awaiting the Prime Minister and his cabinet to come. We know that the 2025-2026 budget theme is expanding opportunities island by island. Now, this is exciting for all the people in the Family Islands, because for too long, many infrastructural developments were needed, and slowly but surely, they're coming around. We know that the Family Island Development Project is underway, and there are so many other projects, such as the Home Away from Home project for the Ministry of Tourism, encouraging Bahamians to go back to the Family Islands and invest in the Family Islands as the government assists in supporting the infrastructure with roadworks improvements and improvements, renovations, or building of 14 airports and runways throughout our Family Islands. And so we're excited to see what comes out of it for the Family Islands. Now, we are told that this year focuses on infrastructure, education, healthcare, digital innovation, and if you watched ZNS News last night, you would have seen some very, very promising grants given out to young Bahamians who are doing things, for example, such as digitizing roadworks, the road traffic department, as well as a new app that's going to be able to bring farmers and agriculturalists together so that the ministries that work with these farmers and agriculturalists can help to boost them, as we desperately need to increase our self-sufficiency. Of course, climate resilience is always important. We know that within a matter of days, we're entering the 2025 hurricane season. Our forecasters have told us to expect that it's going to be pretty active, and based on the heat, we expect that to be so. And so we know that climate resilience is also important for the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Looking at last year's theme, changing the status quo and changing lives. So we've seen lots of improvements in terms of the raising of the minimum wage. We've seen more investments through the Small Business Development Center and the Bahamas Development Bank for young entrepreneurs as we try to take this country into the digital age in a more meaningful way so that we lose less money and that we're using our money more efficiently. And of course, data and information sharing is going to be big for a long time as it relates to archives and just the gathering of information in the Bahamas. There's always been a deficit, and so that, of course, being addressed means that we'll know how to spend that money better and better each year. And so as we wait for the Prime Minister and the Cabinet to come with that red briefcase that's well known to say, hey, it's time to talk money. Now, for all the contractors, the month of June, you know, it's going to be a little slow. The budget goes as they debate the budget in the House of Assembly, but the budget has to be completed in its debate by the end of June so that by July 1st, all of those funds can be dispersed and the country moves on. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Felicity. Thank you so much, Lloyd. As she said, there's just a lot to get to. Today is going to be exciting, very exciting. So they will join us a bit later in the broadcast, but it's time for our first break. You're watching the pre-show of the 2025-2026 budget here on the ZNS Network. More after this.
Stuffed crust cheddar flavor has a taste you'll enjoy.
Outside and inside.
With a delicious stuffed crust covered in irresistible cheddar flavor. Come and try the new stuffed crust cheddar flavor only at Little Caesars.
Pizza, pizza.
We're here at the Nassau Village Community Center project, where over the past 17 months, we've hired over 20 Bahamian subcontractors to bring this beautiful project to fruition.
I've been living in Nassau Village for more than 19 years, and to see a project like this bring great joy and pride to me.
This state-of-the-art multi-purpose community center will serve as a crime-fighting initiative in the community, also help with the education of our kids in this community, and a hurricane shelter.
Yeah, and it also shows what we as Bahamians can achieve when we work hand in hand with each other.
We have the technical know-how, and we can pretty much deliver on any project here in the Bahamas or in the world.
Bahamas Stripe and the Bahamian Company, they prove that they believe in Bahamians.
Based on the outcome of this project, I don't think they're disappointed in giving a small person an opportunity to do a job such as this.
The more opportunity they get, the more opportunity we will get.
If you look around and see the work done so far, it just shows what we as Bahamians can do.
You've got termites and need to get rid of them fast? Trust Rent-A-Kill Initial. With over 60 years experience in the Bahamas, the global brand, training, and expertise can't be beat. Only Rent-A-Kill Initial gives you a 3-year warranty and payment plan options on termite fumigation. No one can match the range of treatments we offer, such as fumigation, pre-construction treatments, termite monitoring, and more. No matter where you are in the Bahamas, we will come to you. When it comes to complete termite eradication, there's only one name, Rent-A-Kill Initial.
Well, what about me?
What about you, what?
Well, I thirsty too, you know.
You want to see all the water out there?
Well, why you don't give me your water, and then you go try and drink that salt water?
You crazy, eh?
I ain't the one talking to a dog, you know.
Ain't nobody can drink salt water.
Then why you won't give it to me? All dogs need fresh, cool water and sufficient shelter from the sun all year round, especially on the beach and during the hot summer months.
Summers are very hot here in the Bahamas, so please make sure all pets have ample, cool, fresh water in proper containers and sufficient shelter from the sun, even on the beach. And make sure all dog houses and kennels have proper ventilation. Let's make it Bahamian to be humane.
This message has been brought to you by the Bahamas Humane Society and the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas.
welcome back to the ZNS Network pre-show of the 2025-2026 budget. As I mentioned earlier, we have some of the country's best business minds here on the show. And up now, we have a true veteran. Samantha Roll has more than 16 years in management with significant experience in corporate management, strategic development, policy implementation, and team development. She currently serves as Executive Director at the Small Business Development Center Access Accelerator. Prior to that, she led the Regulatory Risk Governance and Compliance section in Deloitte's Risk Advisory practice. Roll has also worked in the government infrastructure, serving as a program manager of the Economic Development and Planning Unit in the Office of the Prime Minister, where she directed engagement in the development of the National Development Plan. With degrees in organizational leadership and business management, Roll has the knowledge, skills, and industry experience to enhance the overall effectiveness of the Access Accelerator Small Business Development Center. Samantha, welcome to the pre-show here in ZNS.
Hi, good morning.
It's always so good to have you, always so good to see you.
Thank you, it's an absolute pleasure.
It's an exciting day today.
It is.
An exciting day in media, an exciting day in business. What are you most looking forward to today?
Well, today I think that we should be excited to hear what's next. I think it's important for the public to understand, while I believe this administration have made some significant improvements in improving the livelihood of individuals, what's next?
Yeah,
and so I'm excited to hear about that. And obviously, you know, I would be remiss if I don't say, you know, what's next for small business community.
And you know, I took with great note when they put out their press conference yesterday, when they unveiled what the topic was, and it's expanding opportunities island by island. And there was a specific line in there that mentioned small business support.
Yes.
So talk to me a little bit about what does that mean for you, your organization, and everyone who you help?
Yeah. So, you know, the SBDC is established with a tripartite partnership. And one of our key partners is the government of the Bahamas. And so one, I think that shows that they are vested in small business development, which is important. And when you look at small business development, it is not Nassau-centric. So of course we need to make sure that that development transcends across the archipelago. And so for us, what does this support look like? Yes, of course we want to make sure that there's access to funding, and we want to make sure that our small business community gets the support, gets the resources that they need. What is just as important, though, is to make sure that there's investment in the infrastructure.
Yes.
I think that is just as important. We need to have reliable utilities, right? We need to have the airports, the roads, and these different types of variables help to cause for small business to thrive.
And you speak about the approach not being Nassau-centric.
Yes.
So how excited then are you for this theme this year, expanding opportunities island by island, which speaks to the fact that the government is now looking to bolster support for each island, not just the capital.
And I think that's very critical, because I believe that family island development and a focus, intentional focus, is an untapped opportunity. So what we have found at SBDC is that when we visit and engage from island to island, because we just got back from Exuma, and there are tremendous opportunities that are just untapped, and not just within the tourism sector. Right? So there are some short-term as well as long-term opportunities, whether it's in housing, whether it's in construction, whether it's in other areas that are service-based or service-related. And so island by island, making sure that each island is unique. And so an intentional focus on what that island can bring and how it can assist in the value chain for the Bahamas is very exciting.
And as you said, we were just in Exuma about 2 or so weeks ago, and you heard some of the complaints, you heard some of the needs there. What are some of the other needs you're hearing from other islands around the Bahamas?
Yeah, I think, you know, the needs from not only from a small business perspective, but just for persons to live has a lot to do with what I had mentioned earlier, and that's infrastructure, right? And so making sure that what they may consider or what should be basic needs are met. Again, reliable utilities, right? And those types of services. Making sure that accessibility to public services are just that, easily accessible.
And that the knowledge that, you know, they have access to these things. 'Cause that was one of the things that we heard a lot in Exuma, that people just did not know.
No.
They just didn't have the information.
Yes.
So which part of this budget are you going to be keeping a most keen eye on today?
Yeah, so I think, you know, I'm curious to hear what additional investments will be made across small businesses. And I don't want there to be this, oh, this is going to be outvert, right? Because you can look at even where if there's no additional taxes, right? That is a benefit to small businesses. So there's no additional taxes that you need to consider in your budgeting, right? As a business. But I think also what is so great to hear about is what are some of the pending investments, right? Because then there are opportunities that we can all look at from different ways. Again, not just from a tourism-based perspective, but these opportunities, whether it's short-term, long-term housing, whether it is excursion tours, whether it's entertainment, whether it's fashion, these are different areas that you can tap in, food and beverage, right? And then one of the most key things is the authentically Bahamian products. And how do we uplift our entrepreneurs within the orange economy, that creative space, making sure that we highlight our own gifts.
Yes. Definitely, and that's one of the things that, again, was highlighted in Exuma, the fact that the DPM, who was there with us also, you know, telling Exumians, find what your gifts are, find what your talents are, and really try to push them, to push the country forward. So we've got more questions for you. You'll be here with us for a little bit, I think, Ms. Roll. But we've also got some information bites that we want to share. So when we hear the numbers in the national budget, it's easy to get caught up in the billions and overlook what it really means for the everyday Bahamian. The truth is, the budget isn't just about figures, it's about priorities. It tells us what the government values and where it plans to direct the nation's resources in the coming year. From education and health to national security and infrastructure, every dollar is allocated with purpose. Makush Lapinda takes a closer look at how the government divides the national budget, and more importantly, where the money goes.
You know when the money hits the bank and you get down to work budgeting every nickel and dime? Well, the same's to be said about the national budget, just on an even larger scale, which brings us to the whole question of where does all that money go? Well, first things first. When the government brings the national budget to Parliament, it's essentially saying, here's how we plan to spend the money we need to get things done, to keep the country moving, to fulfill your needs, more or less. So let's break it down. Each year, the budget is divided into key areas or sectors, and that's based on national priorities. A significant portion goes to healthcare in terms of funding hospitals, clinics, ambulance services, and public health programs. For instance, national health insurance, or even the proposed legislation to create its authority. All this helps ensure Bahamians have access to quality medical care across the islands. A next big line item, education. We're talking support for teachers, upgrading classrooms, improving technology, and strengthening programs from preschool all the way to university. After all, an investment in education is an investment in the country's future. Another major slice, national security. Funding for the police and defense forces, immigration and correctional facilities. Pretty much helping to keep communities safe and secure. Capital works, repairing the roads, expanding the ports, upgrading the airports, and improving water and electricity services, also a must for infrastructural upgrades. Then you have social services. The priority there, funding assistance for families in need, school lunch programs, unemployment support, and subsidies for essential services. Now, there are also the smaller groupings like agriculture, tourism development, digital transformation, and environmental protection. Truth be told, funding could also shift based on international pressures. But it's all about balancing national needs while planning responsibly for the future. So the next time you hear about, let's say, a $3 billion budget, just know that every dollar has a destination.
Well, thank you so much, Makushla, for that wealth of information. Ms. Roll, what did you take out of that? Did you learn anything new just now?
Yeah, well, what it did is reaffirm the importance of the fact that the budget should be focused on improving livelihood. And so you heard about national security, you heard about education, you heard about some of the infrastructure, and so the roads and the clinics and healthcare, et cetera. All of that is to improve the life of Bahamians. And so it was very exciting to hear the breakdown that it reaffirms what a budget should be focused on.
And why it's important,
and
right?
Why it's important.
And you talk a lot about infrastructure, and again, in that package, we heard why infrastructure is so important, and specifically to small businesses, because I feel like a lot of people who start companies, oh, I have this great idea, I want to be an entrepreneur, you get your business license, and then from personal experience, you run into the roadblocks where infrastructure, the things that you didn't even think about prior to, now is a problem for you. So how important is it for the government to invest in long-term areas and to ensure that our infrastructure is sound and it's solid?
It is most critical. It is critical because, for example, digital transformation, right? With that, that enhances efficiency, even on a national level. So you look at the services of our public agencies, right? It not only enhances in terms of it eliminates the manual processes, it allows us to be more customer reliant. And so you can access these services almost instantly using digital transformation. The other part of it is it calls for accountability, and so it helps to reduce any form of corruption, right, when you have those digital processes. It also allows for a sense of reliance. And so when we encounter certain shocks, like the pandemic, we never knew or could foresee that we would encounter such a pandemic. The other part of it is we should know that we are going to experience some type of climate issues, right? And so from that perspective, those shocks, being able to rely on digitization helps to mitigate as best as possible some of those things. But it is extremely important for a government to invest in infrastructure, particularly for long-term sustainable growth.
And we talk about, Bahamians having information and access. So for those who may be watching and they still maybe have some questions about what the SBDC is, what you do, just break that down for us and tell them how you partner with the government to pretty much make their dreams a reality.
Essentially, our product is access. We facilitate access to funding. We facilitate access to mentorship. We facilitate access to networking. It's important to be able to connect within the ecosystem. And so having a strong ecosystem is just as critical. And partnering with the government of the Bahamas, not only the government, but it's just as important to partner with agencies such as the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce, such as academia. And so, University of the Bahamas is one of our key partners. And pulling in those key critical strategic partners into one goal, working collaboratively together, is how we achieve some of these very difficult and tough, challenging goals that we need to achieve.
So according to your website, as of December 2024, it says the center has 2,456 clients, dispersed over $92 million in funding to 44 industries to 16 islands, basically the entire country. Explain why more funding would be needed for you in this upcoming budget.
What is most critical is that we tend to, the demand based on the resources that we have is always overwhelming. And so in order for us to continue our support, as you have, for the past week or so, we were celebrating our graduates, right? And as you continue to have these aspiring entrepreneurs graduate from high school and tertiary education, some aren't looking at traditional means to gain an income. They're looking at entrepreneurship.
Very true.
Then how do we make sure that that evolving access to support is there? And we need government to do it. Not to say that we need government to survive and do it all by themselves, but being a corporate and a national stakeholder, we need to be working together. And so I'm excited to see what's in this budget for small businesses and how it can further assist what we we've already done across our archipelago.
And I like that you bring that up because, as you said, you know, it's graduation season, and a lot of Bahamians are now going to enter the workforce. And like you said, not in the traditional sense, not in the traditional vein that we know it to be. I, for one, have kind of, you know, played in both sides. And so I know the importance of supporting Bahamians who want to go, who want to take their own part and chart their own journey. But when you think about the budget, how would you, I guess, suggest, recommend, or like to see the government prioritize what they set out the money for?
I think just like a company or a business, as well as SPDC, sometimes the demand is overwhelming compared to the resources. And so you're really thinking about, well, how can a government really utilize their budget, what may be a limited budget in some, right? And so when you think about that, the first thing is, you know, making sure that we have clear national priorities. And so, of course, from my background, I'm a bit biased. And so for the Bahamas, I think, you know, making sure that we have a national development plan is key. You know, outlining what are our national priorities. And it helps us to then focus those limited resources, right? And we get to focus in those areas where it can be aiming towards economic recovery, towards resilience. And once we're able to do that, I think it allows us to then assess how those dollars being spent in these key priority areas are impacting us overall.
Awesome. So we hope to see some prioritization today, all right? But we're going to toss it now to Cabinet Office where our Lloyd Allen is. Lloyd, any changes since we last spoke? We're going to toss it to Felicity Darville, sorry. So Felicity, what's going on down there in Bay Street on Ruston Square?
Expanding opportunities island by island. This theme of the 2025-2026 budget debate is exciting. Island by island, meaning from Grand Bahama, Bimini, the Berries in the north, Abaco, come down to the south, Inagua, Mayaguana, Long Key, Crooked Island, Acklands, every single island. We should be hearing something in this budget debate to show that there's going to be improvement and support for these islands. But what is the budget without the people? And so we're bringing in the president of the Civil Society Bahamas, Dr. Anthony Hamilton. Dr. Hamilton, I'm told that you recently met with the Prime Minister because civil society represents all of us, Bahamian individuals, non-government organizations, churches, all of us.
Thank you. Good morning. Dr. Anthony Hamilton, the president of Civil Society Bahamas, which is the apex body for all NGOs in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Not a Nassau-centric exercise, it's a Commonwealth of the Bahamas exercise.
All right, so I'm told you met with the Prime Minister recently.
Yes, Civil Society Bahamas enjoys a handsome relationship with successive administrations, and just a day ago we met with the Prime Minister seeking to make representation of the best interests of the citizenry with the acknowledgement that people are the most important assets and investments of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
So how do you feel about the outcome of that meeting?
Very promising. As a result of that meeting, we are scheduled to have several other substantive meetings, actually pursuing setting up a schedule so that we can meet possibly on a monthly basis to ensure that there's accountability. That's the watchword with regard to the needs of the Commonwealth, the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, recognizing that the citizenry is the most important thing. One of the things about it, even now being present to observe the budget presentation, is the fact that many Bahamians would not be paying attention to this. But it's incumbent upon us as the civil society sector to make that kind of representation for the people at large. Again, not Nassau-centric, but the family islands inclusive, so it's the entire Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Now tell me something. You say that many Bahamians are not actually interested in the budget. Explain.
The reality of it is that the socioeconomic pressure, for the most part, Bahamians are pretty much ingrained in the fact that they are trying to survive. And therefore it takes representation in a collective fashion to ensure that accountability is had to the benefit of all of us. Remembering that both civil society, Bahamas as the apex body, and the government of the Bahamas has a responsibility to ensure that when decisions are made, it's in the best interest of all Bahamians. And that's a very critical point of accountability for all of us.
Now tell me, what is it that you're looking to see in this new budget?
Well, certainly we're looking for representation in terms of meeting the needs of the citizenry at large. And Civil Society of Bahamas, as the apex body, has offered to partner with the government in numerous ways. As a matter of fact, we work very closely with government agencies, that is the government ministries and subsequent agencies, partnering in various committees and offering advice. As a matter of fact, excellent consultancy, particularly with regard to the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, National Security, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Social Services, a number of them very critically entwined with our relationship with them to ensure that the best interests of the people who come out of the Bahamas is always represented.
Okay, so at the end of the budget, we'll speak again with you to find out what you thought about how the public person is being allocated this year. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Felicity, for that. Well, it's time now to hear from the public. We posed the question, what do you think the government should implement in the new budget that will enhance the lives of Bahamians? Here's what they said.
Whatever the budget is, decision they make as it relates to the budget, I have to really follow anyhow, you know. But like I said, I'm not politically inclined as to me saying whose side I'm on or something like that, you know, sometimes because I have to really go with the flow.
I want to be able to see growth and economic development packages and the opportunities. I want to see small businesses actually be given a boost to be able to see how we can be able to move the economy forward. I want to see how we can be able to empower Bahamians to become financially entrepreneurial in the country, move the Bahamas forward, be able to get the family island development going through and moving forward in terms of small family islands development. That is something I want to see in the budget. What I also want to see in the budget too is technical education opportunities for kids coming out of school to get technical educational opportunities to be able to go in PTVI, to be able to empower themselves, to be able to get themselves qualified, to have economic opportunity. And I want to be able to see the financial sector and the crypto sector become very strong in our country. That's a big, big thing as it relates to cryptocurrency in the budget. I want to see that because there's a tremendous opportunity in the cryptocurrency space and we need to capitalize on it.
Well, the first thing I'd like them to do is it's not only like the roads and the different things like that, but I'd like to see them actually push money into like funding, like let's say different industries. Like, you know, we can't just rely on tourism, like, you know, solely, because like at the end of the day, everybody knows we work at Atlantis, like that's like a revolving door, like that job ain't sure, and then you ain't getting, you know, like summer and different stuff like that, you know, different times and seasons, you know, it goes down. So we need basically that. And then what I'd like to see too is we have our own exports to different parts of the world, like such as like salt and different things like that. Like even sand, you know, we could sell sand and, you know, even make glass. We could be a really big glass manufacturer because, you know, we have some of the best sands, you know, especially like in San Salvador. That's where my people's from. Shout out San Salvador. So that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see new businesses opening and not only to increase the budget for young entrepreneurs, but I would like to see that they give the right entrepreneurs the opportunity to grow, especially if they have a plan, you know what I mean, that, you know, actually makes money, because you just don't want to give money to a guy who say, oh, I'm an entrepreneur, and he can't make no bread. You understand? That don't make no sense. So that's what I'd like to see.
The same thing what they did to make the price of living go up. It's the same thing they could do to reduce it so we could live a little better and have a little relief on getting things and going about our days like that. Because it really is be tough sometimes, because you go places, you show a little 50-cent dollar, you still can't get what you need just because everything is an extra 50-cent dollar, $2, or however, depending on whatever you may get. You know what I mean?
Being an imported jurisdiction like the Bahamas, you know, we don't produce or manufacture, bringing on the cost of living, how they decide and what measures they take. It'll be interesting to me what measures they take. When we think about insurance companies, banks, and all of that, I think the government should look into ways to make things easier for the citizens. Because I'm sure there are a lot of things, particularly the banks right now. If you see how they outsourcing a lot of stuff, and things now seeming to be a little more difficult business-wise for Bahamians to access. I think a lot of policies should be streamlined towards making it easier for Bahamians in that regard, for sure, for sure.
I think you should start especially the Overdale areas. I think it'd be good if they start workshops, bring the little boys who they call ghetto boys, teach them a trade, or start teaching them a trade from an early age, instead of them having to go seek it out, bring it to them in their area. Like, you understand what I'm saying? That's my take on it.
Well, Ms. Roll, a lot said there. Put a mic in front of a Bahamian and boy, will you hear their true feelings. Any reactions to what I heard? Business ideas. I heard suggestions for the government. I heard suggestions for how we can just move this country forward. What do you have to say about that package and what you heard?
I agree with everything that I heard, but what most stood out, you know, you heard the request for vocational education. Yes. Right? You heard the request and demand for economic diversification, so we're not so dependent on our #1 industry. You heard about the helping, you know, what some may consider to be our most challenged grouping, which is our young men. And so you heard all of that. The one that stood out the most for me is the young man who shot out San Salvador. And the reason for that is he said so much that was so invaluable. So if you really listened to it, he also talked about small businesses, and he talked about providing support for the right small businesses.
Salt, glass, the sand, all things that we have right here.
Exactly. And so from that, I got, you know, the role that small businesses play in shaping and achieving our economic goals. And so it's important for the government to ensure that there is significant investment to help with the economic diversification outside of our #1 industry. And that has started to happen, particularly with SBDC. And so we've shown focus on the creative space, and the orange economy, certainly shown focus on the blue economy. Some of our programs, such as the Fly Fishing Initiative, focuses on expanding and diversifying in some of those industries. What is also very important is planning. And so that young man was so astute that he says that you need to make sure that you have a business plan, right? As we all know that the budget is our financial plan of our country. And so these are the various things that I think the administration, that I think government should hone in on, because really when you start to look at how to support the impact, right? Because that's the outcome that we're looking for. It has a lot to do with connecting our investment goals with small businesses, making sure that there are small businesses that are being considered for some of the government contracts, for some of these investment contracts through FDI, looking at different types of industries, agribusiness, fashion, you know, and then export. So we heard a lot about export, and the Bahamas can play a pivotal role in the global value chain. And so making sure that our products, our authentically Bahamian products, are exported outside of the Bahamas. And I think all of that helps to stimulate the type of economy that we need to thrive.
And we heard in that package over and over again, entrepreneurship, 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 because that seems to be the way Bahamians want to go. They no longer want to work, you know, the traditional route. They want to chart their own courses and figure out, you know, what makes me tick, for less of a better word, right? What are my passions? And I want to now pursue them. Ms. Roll, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
As always, it's always a pleasure chatting with you and learning so much from you. We want to thank you for joining us on our pre-show here today. Well, when we come back, what does the business community want implemented in the new budget? Hear that answer from an executive of the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce on the next side of this break. Thank you so much, Ms. Roll.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Summer in the Bahamas. The weather is hot, but not as hot as the ZNS summer packages. Get ads on ZNS TV or ZNS Radio Network or the TV community page, or a combination of all three. ZNS has got you covered with great prices, whatever package you choose. Book before June 7th and get the local Federation Championship Baseball bonus full of all kinds of extras free of charge. Contact your account executive or call ZNS Sales at 502-3800 today. Hot summer package rates valid until July 31st.
Planning the execution of a newscast is serious business. From the assignment to the concept of the story everything has to be precise. On point, always. The Bahamas Tonight, the National Report, is your trusted news service. We get it right the first time. Our preparation for you each night is done with care, knowing that our voices will reach you on 700 islands and keys with unquestionable accuracy. It gives me great pleasure each night to say,
welcome to the Bahamas Tonight, the National Report. I'm your national anchor, Makush Lopinder.
Hey, what's up, Mario?
Hey, Dale, what's going on?
Have you seen ZNS new digital platforms?
No. Let me go check it out.
Good day, Bahamas. I'm Devontae Hanna, and this is ZNS Digital,
where we cater to your news and entertainment needs. Are you a foodie? I thought so. Then look out for Digital Bites.
Shining a light on Bahamians and the good that they do, ZNS Digital is home to the sunshine one.
Keeping up with the latest trends, our original content will keep you entertained.
Yeah, that's cool.
But have you seen the new website?
No, I didn't see it. Let me go look.
We're still your most trusted source for news and information.
That's ZNS Digital?
Yeah, that's ZNS Digital, the people station in your pocket.
Why does learning to swim matter to us and all Bahamians? Safety. They teach water safety to help save lives and prevent drowning. Through their own research, it is evident that the majority of Bahamians, over 90%, do not know how to swim. Fitness. To help fight against obesity and encourage a healthy lifestyle. Fun. By learning to swim, they can encourage young Bahamians to discover the many water activities that can be enjoyed, such as snorkeling, fishing, scuba diving, and so much more.
Minister of Finance, Prime Minister Philip Davis met with senior private sector executives, including bankers, real estate developers, and members of the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employers Confederation earlier this month to assure the business community that the upcoming budget exercise will not be anti-business, but rather will be one that provides targeted incentives. Joining us to provide more insight on what the business community hopes to hear in the new budget is the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employers Confederation Vice Chairman, Don Williams. Thank you so much for appearing on our budget pre-show today.
Thank you for having me here. It's an absolute pleasure.
Exciting day for you?
It is. It is. The business community, we're excited in general to find out what incentives are going to be there in the budget. Obviously, like you said, it's supposed to be to assure the business community and the community at large can thrive as best as possible.
Well, before we got on, we saw that aerial shot of the hot spot of today, House of Assembly, downtown Nassau, where it's all going to go down. And the Prime Minister is going to deliver his budget communication, expanding opportunities island by island. What does this theme mean for your organization?
The theme means a lot to us. Every year we host what we call the All Chambers Conclave, where we get the Chamber of Commerce from all of the family islands to come down. We discuss the challenges, but not just the challenges, what also is going right, which I think is not discussed enough. At the same time, we take the opportunity to have certain organizations, so whether it's government ministries, whether it's other private sectors. So, for example, we had the banking sector come last year, and we have proper open dialogue, and we're able to therefore make educated decisions on how we can help bolster a better economy. So this budget, the headline of this budget, is something that's close to our heart, near and dear, and we're not looking to just be Nassau-centric, as everyone seems to think, but how we can expand those family islands, bolster the economy, and, well, you know, tourism is our #1 industry, but see how we can get other industries as well flourishing on those islands.
And you talk about some of the challenges that are faced in the business community throughout the country. What are some of those challenges, and how do you hope to see them addressed in today's communication?
So a lot of challenges that the business community faces, especially, we say it a lot, ease of doing business. And for a lot of businesses, it's whether you're getting your business license on time, a little bit of transparency in terms of how certain processes go, whether it is even down to foreign investment. How a foreign investor is coming in, what it is entailed, and then how can the business community properly take part in it. And it's not just foreign investment, it's also investment by the government, whether it is for infrastructure, as that's something that's not discussed as much, but whether any infrastructural projects people are able to partake in.
And you talk about the budget not being anti-business. What does that look like for you? What does that mean?
For us, it looks like less taxes, obviously, but economic empowerment, where the business community can ensure that there is job growth, development. For us, it's digital transformation. We want to go back to that ease of doing business, family island development, obviously, but fiscal prudency is something that we're big on in terms of ensuring that the government is managing their money properly, but also being able to provide the necessary funding that a lot of businesses need and require to grow and scale.
And the Office of the Prime Minister this morning sent out a release, and in part it says, as governments everywhere grapple with the realities of inflation, climate impact, and global uncertainty, the Bahamas continues to prioritize sound planning, service delivery, and national preparedness. How have local businesses been impacted by the inflation, the climate impact, and just global uncertainty all around?
So global uncertainty, it is cost, obviously. Well, as I said, cost, but cost has risen across the board. So whether it's been utilities, whether it's been for imports, the price of goods and services, it started obviously from the pandemic, as you can see in terms of bringing in goods, the time frame, the logistics that's been had. But the Bahamas, as well as the government, has done an excellent job, and the business community, sorry, has done an excellent job in diversifying. The Chamber, for example, we've done multiple trade missions recently to Brazil and India, where we're opening up for opportunities for businesses to seek quality goods and services at a lower rate, but also not just those type of trade missions. We're encouraging more B2B businesses. In fact, that trade mission I discussed, just as much MOUs and deals that were signed during that mission internationally were also done locally between the 60+ persons that we had on that delegation.
Okay, wow, impactful. So in what areas then do you believe stronger public partnerships could help the country achieve both economic growth and fiscal stability?
For us, it's all areas. All areas. We say all areas because we seek to grow the entire business community. But if we're just starting to highlight one or two, I would say let's start with infrastructure. Infrastructure is big. Education as well, because while we discuss as the community in the Bahamas at large, we're won a lot of incentives. So there are discussions around having more days off, mental health days, increased maternity and paternity leaves. But we also need to be knowledgeable of that there's a cost around it. And for the business community, for us, it is how can we now form a balance between productivity, because we need to be more efficient. We don't want to increase the cost in order to be able to provide those benefits.
I was just about to ask, how do we get the best of both worlds?
Well, that is a discussion that needs to be had more in depth. I know that the general topic has been put out there. So from the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce, we were happy to sit with the Prime Minister. That meeting was key. It allowed us to be more communicative than combative, if you will. So we're looking forward to further discussions, and you know, it's been provided to us.
Well, I, for one, was very happy when I saw, you know, the news break that these talks are even happening. You know, increased maternity leave, you know, having mental health days where you actually get paid to be off. You could call in and say, hey, I am just, you know, I just ain't feeling it today. Not that you're lying, but, you know, sometimes the brain just isn't there. And, you know, I think you talk about productivity, and when we care for our people, when we care for their mental health, when we care for their physical health, I think you get to see that productivity on the job. And so happy that those conversations are happening.
Yes.
And hopefully, you know, you can strike a balance where we can all, you know, have the best of both worlds. We're going to now toss it to our Felicity Darville in Parliament Square. Felicity, you have a guest joining you.
Now, Ayanthi, I started out by telling you how historic the day is, and not just because it's the 2025 budget. It's historic for a member of Parliament like Mr. Iram Lewis. The opposition just walked in the House of Assembly, and notably, he's not walking with them because he is the very first representative for the Coalition of Independents. Mr. Lewis, this is a different budget day for you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm also part of the opposition. It is a different, it's certainly a different budget day and a big day for the Bahamas.
All right, so tell us what it is that you're looking to see for your constituents in this budget.
Well, the budget is about equal opportunity for all. So I'm hoping that there will be a lot of information, a lot of opportunities for the everyday common man. You know, we're here, it's all about the people. The Prime Minister is saying that it is a budget for the people. So I'm very interested in hearing the details, and then I'll have the appropriate feedback.
Yes, and you know, the theme of the budget indicates island by island. We want to know for the people of Grand Bahama, what are some of the needs?
Infrastructure development. Of course, you know, we need jobs. The hotel was just sold, and the big ticket item right now, you know, is said that the bird cannot find one wing. So we need not only the hotel, we need the airport. So without the airport, the economic activities that we can reach ultimately will never be realized with only the hotel. So we definitely need the hotel, and we need a major international airport.
What's the feeling of the people on the nation's second city?
They're optimistic. The sale of the hotel was a feather in the cap for the government, and people are optimistic. We are hoping for the best. We're hoping that this project come to fruition because we certainly need it. So another flop is something that we cannot take right now, and we're hoping that in addition to the hotel, the airport will certainly be announced in short order.
All right, and so within a matter of moments, we will hear exactly what's in that budget. So all the best to you. Will you also be speaking in response to the budget today?
Not today, but at the budget debate, which is starting another week or two, I'll certainly be a part of that debate and will be speaking on behalf of the people.
Thanks so much. So we'll stay tuned. The red briefcase should be here soon.
Thank you so much, Felicity. Definitely history in the making with Mr. Lewis down there. We're going to now toss it to our Lloyd Allen, who is now nearer to the Cabinet Office. Lloyd, what is happening? Do you see the red briefcase? Are they starting to file out? I guess our Lloyd Allen is still preparing himself, but we're going to continue now the conversation with Mr. Williams. Even speaking to Mr. Lewis just now, you heard him talk about people-focused, equal opportunity for all. What are you looking for the Prime Minister to say today to kind of hit on those two notes?
So in terms of equal opportunity for all, it goes back to for us, it's education, obviously. We need to ensure that we have a educated populace, whether it be if they want to start their own business, if they want to expand their horizons. I heard earlier that they said that not a lot of Bahamians are focused on the budget. We believe different. We believe that a lot of Bahamians are focused on the budget because they're concerned about their economic well-being, not just for them, but also for their families. Right. And we're assisting in expanding that. The Chamber of Commerce, we're still stuck on the 3 A's. So it's advice, advocacy, and access. And we try to provide those as best as possible.
So in a time where global economies are still recovering from inflation and supply chain issues, what do Bahamian businesses need most from this budget to stay competitive? Because the world is constantly revolving, the rules are constantly changing. What do we need to do to stay a step ahead?
To stay a step ahead, we need the right infrastructure. So while we say no new taxes, we also need the government to collect on the taxes that are outstanding, which we've seen that they've been doing. So there's a little bit of an uprise, so it's a give and take, if you will, which we expect. We know that a lot of persons have complained about the government now chasing down property taxes, business license fees, VAT. And those collection efforts assist in helping with better infrastructure, being able to lower certain taxes, such as customs on certain items, which the business community needs in order to not only bolster a better economy, but also provide the necessary tools that's needed for the general public.
And we talk about the global atmosphere. We hear about the U.S. tariffs. We hear about, all these things that are happening with our neighbors to the north. Does this have any local impact, and what should local businesses brace for?
It has a significant local impact. Obviously, we're still heavy on imports. At the same time, we've done a great job as the Bahamian community in diversifying our portfolios. A lot of those access that I spoke about earlier is being able to liaise with such embassies, so whether it's the U.S. Embassy, the UK High Commission, and others, so that we can allow businesses to tap into other markets.
Right. I think our Lloyd Allen is now ready for us down there at Cabinet Office. Lloyd, what can you tell us?
I'm staring right on the inside. I can see several of the cabinet ministers already queued up and waiting to make their exit on the way to Parliament. And of course, we know just shortly after 10 a.m. That conversation in terms of presenting the budget for the next financial year, that's 2025 to 2026, is going to be released by the Prime Minister in a matter of minutes. And again, a number of heavy-hitting topics the country is awaiting. But as it stands right now on the outside, journalists are patiently waiting for the exit of the Prime Minister along with his cabinet team. Many tourists are also in this area, and traffic now has already been put on a pause as those cabinet ministers and others are expected to make their way over to the Parliament building. This year, of course, many hot button issues the country is waiting on. Housing projects have commenced in a number of existing communities nationwide. Employment opportunities have increased. Funding towards small and medium-sized businesses, as well as a number of multi-million-dollar projects, including the recent sale of the Grand Lucayan, a big hitter for the government. Now, electricity cost has significantly decreased with clean energy possibilities existing the conceptual stage and now entering the clean energy bill, specifically Electricity Act of 2024 and the Natural Gas Bill of 2024. Here in the Bahamas, which aims at modernizing the energy sector. Fire services, and again, another heavy-hitting topic for the government, has become a concern for a number of residents as wildfires and other fires, leading many to consider mediation and preparedness plan by the government. We've heard before that the police commissioner has spoken of a number of items now being delivered to the Bahamas to add to existing inventory, but we're waiting from the government to see what additionally will be slated from this budget to enhance that sector. And then finally, the fight on crime also gaining some traction with an overhaul to the police force along with other monumental changes. Now, again, as it stands, downtown right now is a very busy scene. The Trade Winds building is where all of the attention is drawn, where, as I said earlier, all of the cabinet ministers have already been queued up on the inside. I can see several of them, including Education Minister, the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin, Bacchus Roll, and several others are in the queue. I've not made contact visually with the Prime Minister as yet, but of course he will be making his way down as well. Also on the inside, I can see Wayne Munro and a couple other ministers, Wade Watson as well, a couple others as well. And so, of course, in just a matter of moments, they should be making their exit. Back to you guys in studio.
Well, thank you so much for that, Lloyd. So we're getting ready to see the Prime Minister and his delegation. But before we get back to that, he mentioned crime, infrastructure, healthcare, social services. How do these things affect and impact the business community?
So in terms of the impact of the business community, it puts a bit of a burden on the business community from time to time. Obviously, you want to make sure that your business is in a safe environment. And it's not just your business, but things like crime also affect your employees.
Right.
And without your employees, no business can thrive. For us, it's trying to not only thrive within the Bahamas, but how can we further expand to not just our family islands, but also internationally.
And then you also said that you believe that Bahamians are interested in what the budget has to say and how it impacts them. So for any business owners who may be watching at home, who may be anxious about what this budget could mean for them, any advice, anything that you want to tell them to listen out for, to look out for today?
Well, firstly, we'd like to start and to tell the business community that, look, the budget is an outline. It is the roadmap that has been said so many time and time again. And we want them to understand that not just to seek out certain industries that we would recommend, but what is your market? Understand your market, what is being allowed in the budget that affects your business in particular, and not just now, but for tomorrow, for next year, the next 5 years. And if you have any questions, concerns, we're here to help as best as possible to put you in the right rooms, to network. There's a lot of organizations that we deal with, not just government agencies, but private as well. So whether it is any of the embassies, SPDC, TDC, and others, even other business partners. We just had a wonderful power breakfast on Royal Caribbean, which we were oversubscribed. We had some, I think, about 85 business professionals on there. So we're trying to help expand as best as possible. So take in everything you possibly can from the budget. We're going to try to simplify as much of the information as possible. It's a lot.
Yes.
It's a lot, and it's going to be a lot of numbers.
Yes.
And we look forward to seeing the growth of the economy, how the government is going to be prudent and in its approach.
All right. Well, still talking about the Chamber, our Altavis Munning sat down with two former Chamber executives who are financial powerhouses in their own right to get their views on the current budget and their expectations for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Here's a conversation with Fidelity Bank Group President, Chief Executive Officer Gowan Bowe, and Principal of Sumner Strategic Partners, Edison Sumner.
Further emphasis on how we can diversify the tourist product, right, would be something that I'd like to see.
All right, so Mr. Williams, so here we go now, back down to Cabinet Office. It seems the Prime Minister and his delegation, his cabinet ministers, making their way now, this historic walk to Parliament Square, where they will go to the House of Assembly to deliver today's 2025-2026 budget.
Government has to say about its budget. I'm going to attempt to see if I can get a quick comment from Minister Michael Halkitis, who might be able to shed some insight on what the government is planning on doing, presenting this morning. Again, Mr. Halkitis, you're holding the red envelope as well. Share with us a bit, if you can, on what we can expect today.
You will get a report on what has happened over the past year and a forecast for what's coming in the coming year. Some relief measures there for the public, so I think it's a lot of good news.
All right. Of course, it's a heavy briefcase as well. What are you most hopeful for?
The opportunities that are available, and what our job is to just ensure that we inform the Bahamians of the opportunities that are available and how they can take advantage of it. Stay tuned.
All right, so you heard it again. The government planning on presenting a number of heavy-hitting topics here today as well. And again, they've already exited the cabinet building. The Prime Minister is again accompanied by his senior cabinet minister. Minister Halkitis is holding that famous red brief. Of course, it's an exciting moment for the country as the plan for the country over the next fiscal year, 2025 to 2026, will be unveiled in the Prime Minister's budget communication, which is expected to unfold in a matter of moments. Right now, they're preparing to take a photo. This is a traditional event before entering Parliament. Again, this is a big moment, an exciting moment for the country. As you can see, all of those ministers are smiling. Everyone's excited. It's a big opportunity again, everyone who is here to see again what the country is presenting. As you can see, all of the ministers are represented again. This isn't just the cabinet team. This is the entire representation of the government, all led by the Prime Minister. And in just moments, they will be entering the Parliament building. You may not be able to see this, but again, there are several journalists in this area as well, and it's an exciting moment. Everyone's hoping for a soundbite. We just spoke with Minister Allocation, who again indicated that a number of heavy-hitting issues will be presented by the Prime Minister. We will wait to see how that unfolds over the course of the next few hours in Parliament. An exciting moment. Back to you guys in studio.
Thank you so much for that, Lloyd. The historic walk is made. They're about to now enter the halls of the House of Assembly, go up to the gallery, take their seats, and then deliver the budget that you and your colleagues are waiting to hear what's in that. So a little bit about that briefcase, because it always steals the show. It always steals just over there right now on the steps of Parliament. They're about to go inside, and as we saw Minister Halkitis with that briefcase, the red color, as they said, was reportedly chosen because it was the favorite color of Prince Albert, consort of Queen Victoria. Now you see them entering the House of Assembly here. Wayne Monroe, we see there. And they're about to go inside. And Williams, as you're looking at the screen here and you see the Prime Minister, his delegation, how hopeful are you that they are going to deliver for the business community today?
Well, I took something from Minister Alkitis, and the word was opportunity. And so for us, we're looking to see what further opportunities are there to not just boost the business community, but also the Bahamas at large. Yes.
All right, so as you see, they just filed in, and so in a matter of moments, we will hear from the Prime Minister about our fiscal roadmap for the next year. So we are going to now toss it to the House of Assembly. Or we're going to take a break right now. We're going to take a break right now, you guys, so we'll be right back as we get started for the Budget Communication 2025-2026.
COVID is clearly unpredictable. It doesn't matter how young you are, how old you are. I'm young, and it still put a beating on me. I had no other option but to go to the hospital. I remember the doctor telling me if I had waited one more day, I wasn't gonna come inside here alive. At my lowest point, not being there for my kids was... You don't want to be in the same position that I was in. Vaccines may not stop you from getting COVID, but it can stop you from getting COVID the way I had COVID. You don't want that way.
The idea of taking swimming lessons to the Bahamian public was something that we thought was a great idea, and so we started Let's Swim Bahamas.
I've always been a learn to swim coach and a life-saving coach, and so this is now my turn to kind of really see learn to swim being developed.
Although we ran swift swimming for some 30 years and we offered Let's Swim lessons, we knew we were only touching a small percentage of the Bahamian public.
I enjoy the children and how happy and excited and joyful they are. I mean, some of them come from maybe hard homes. Maybe they're bullied at school. Who knows what they have? But when they come here, it's a very positive thing for them.
At the end of the day, more kids will be fulfilled, more kids will have a life-saving skill, and more kids will stay away from crime.
Crime-free.
Looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
A lot of our young men and women, they look forward to being around the game of basketball so much because a lot of their community is infested with crime and violence. It's always been a passion of mine to make sure I channel these young men and women in the right direction through sports. Basketball and being in this environment is a safe haven for them in terms of what they need to do to get out. You have leadership conference to help these young men and women to understand the importance of making the right choice. I tell all of my athletes, when you go to school, help yourself. Stay focused. Use basketball. Don't let basketball use you. I love the game. The game has been good to me, and I just want to give back to the young people who have opportunity so the game can be good to them. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
PREP stands for Prepare,
refocus, educate, and produce. When young people come to the program, we make them feel comfortable. We may break out into groups. When Philip asked Nathaniel said to him, "Can anything good come out of Nazareth?" Has anyone said, "Can anything good come out of Canaan Lane? Can anything good come out of Ball's Alley?" There are a lot of young people in Canaan Lane who are excelling in track, who are doing well in school. What I started Prep to help to do, to get people to understand and notice that there are problems and issues that are going on with our young people, that indeed we who can do something should do something. And so Prep is here for them, creating the opportunities, letting them know that there is potential that you have not yet discovered within yourself. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
Our mandate on the mission statement for the program is to develop community leaders and nation builders through the art of Jonkono. The future belongs to them, so being able to instill the culture in young people and at the same time make them productive citizens of the society is basically what our program offers. We teach them from scratch, so how to pace, how to beat a drum, how to ring a cowbell, how to blow a horn, to get that good understanding of what the culture is like. The program is more than just Jonkono itself, where we bring a group of teens to perform, but we also assist them with life lessons, find scholarship opportunities for them to go abroad and further their education. In this day and time, it's very hard for kids coming up, and so we try to find means within the Jonkono arena, but at the same time use just Jonkono as the outlet to make them better at life. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
My motto is one girl at a time. If we start with just one thing and we build on that, I think that makes a whole big difference. When we started out, we didn't anticipate having 1,000 children here. Our goal was to reach one child at a time. The whole idea was to find a safe place for them, some place for them to express their talents and their giftings, and also a positive environment for them to be in. I do the work that I do in my community because I see that they can become more than they are. I can see that they will be great in this community. I can see born leaders. And one thing I can say, the change in them has affected their families. If we started something small, it grows, and we have a greater impact on the community as a whole. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
Gymnastics requires discipline, dedication, and a strong sense of balance, just like doing good in our community. In gymnastics, every move counts. Every step, every leap, every turn. Just like in our communities, where every action, every act of kindness, every effort to help makes a difference. I am the creator of Posh Girl Symposium. Posh is a symposium for 5th and 6th graders at Queens College, where they are encouraged to be more passionate, optimistic, strong, and healthy, and stamp out hunger. We collect unused quality stamps to feed the hungry. Some people don't have the basic necessity of food, so I wanted to be able to help. Be the balance, the strength, and the grace your community needs. Together, we can achieve greatness. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a...
Back to the 2025-2026 budget pre-show. Our Altavis Munnings sat down with two former chamber executives who are financial powerhouses in their own right to get their views on the current budget and their expectations for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Here's a conversation with Fidelity Bank Group President, Chief Executive Officer Gowan Bowe, and Principal of Sumner Strategic Partners, Edison Sumner.
Further emphasis on how we can diversify the tourist product, right, would be something that I'd like to see. And that means, you know, is the government going to be spending more money towards marketing tourism? Are they going to be exploring new markets in tourism globally? Are they going to be enhancing any kind of tourist product in the country? Are we going to continue selling the sun, sand, and sea? Or do we now look to diversify towards other kinds of tourism, ecotourism, religious tourism? These things have been talked about before. I'd also like to see in the budget some emphasis on fiscal discipline and debt reduction. How do we manage the debt that we have? What plans are there to reduce our debt, whether it's domestic debt or international debt? And we know that the government is holding some international credit papers and domestically. So what is going to be the plan for them eliminating or reducing that national debt and reducing the deficit? The issue of inflation and the cost of living is important. A lot of our inflation is imported, meaning that we have no control over it, but some of it is, and that is dependent on what kind of fees and taxes the government would levy on certain services or goods in the country. Let's look at the fuel industry, for example, where the surcharge is still quite high. Then on the cost of living issue, it's about how do we manage our cost of living so that the vulnerable people in our community can find it easier to live, less expensive, more affordable. And that to me is particularly important because I also wear another hat from the Red Cross, and Gowan would be exposed to this also from his role in aspects of civil society, where the cost of living and the cost of doing business as it relates to the vulnerable people, in his view, in this case, he has dealt with minors, children, orphans, etc. Mine is a more holistic with the Red Cross. I'd like to see how the government is going to approach that issue.
I am less specific in the things I want to see in the budget. I want to see the themes come out, but my main thing is credibility. Don't put into the budget theater. Put into this budget because we are doing too well to lose momentum because we make promises that we may not be able to deliver on, but we make promises that threatens what external observers, meaning even within the country, are looking at from government. So this is the time when we need to be candid. We need to say what we cannot afford right now, and this is when we will budget it. And then we need to be clear that how are we going to grow GDP? Not just saying we believe we will. Tell me tangibly. Secondly, tell me how I'm going to cut costs. Not that I'm going to cut costs, but tell me the specific ones. And then finally, to the best of the ability, move to program-based spending, which is one of the things in the National Development Plan. Don't tell me how much you're spending on personal emoluments, because I know who you're paying. Tell me what you're paying in these programs. So if it's national security, what is the security intelligence branch program cost? If it's in the hospital, what is the maternal care program cost? What is the BGCSE program cost? What is the BJC program cost? So I'm not just saying, well, I throw all of this money at these particular ministries and departments. Now, I'm not saying I can see that this year. I'm just saying that's where we want to get to so that I could assess whether or not you've done well. Because if you said that this is what the program is costing, this is the revenue that will come there, then we'll be in a better circumstance to say this program may not be working.
Well, we got one more guest here to share her financial expertise about the budget. Sonia Benaby is a highly skilled business professional with over 2 decades of experience in the financial services industry. She has sound academic training in investment, research and analysis, performance measurement, return calculation, attribution assessment, trust and wealth management, and administration. Ms. Benaby currently serves as the Vice President of Investments at Leno Bahamas Limited and will share her views on why Bahamians need to become better educated about the annual budget. Ms. Benaby, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. It is indeed a pleasure.
Yeah, so before we get into why Bahamians need to pay attention, any responses to that package you just heard from Mr. Bowe and Mr. Sumner?
I thought they were both very well spoken on what needs to be seen in the budget. I totally agree in terms of how the government is going to address the cost of living issue, diversification within the tourism industry, also in terms of infrastructure development for the country as we move ahead. Also, Mr. Bowe made an excellent point in terms of providing information per program so that we can observe whether these programs whether they were efficiently ran or not. Mm-hmm. So both gentlemen, their comments were well suited and well deserved.
And Mr. Bowe mentioned that it's time to be candid And when you talk about Bahamians learning the importance of how this budget affects them, what's the importance of the government being candid with what's really going on in the country and what their plans are, so that we can better understand and better apply what's happening to our lives?
Well, with candidacy comes a degree of being realistic. And so we, as ordinary Bahamians, were able to understand and apply that to our lives. So, you know, selling us a story with rose glasses puts us in a situation where we're not making the best decision with the information we have. So candidacy is very important because it allows us to be realistic in as we as households plan for our future.
All right, so talk to me then, from your professional viewpoint, why is it important for Bahamian families to, either today or this evening, sit down and watch this national budget communication together? How does this affect us and affect our families?
Well, it affects us in every way that we can think about. It really shows us what the government's intent is for our economy, what their insight is. It speaks about the labor market, inflation, prices, job opportunities. It helps to determine whether we should take our monies and invest in which sector of the economy. For a young person who's recently graduating from school, what should I major in? The country is big on energy renewal. Should I go into a field such as civil engineering?
Sorry to cut you off.
Okay.
I was just getting word in my ear that the live proceedings have started in the House of Assembly. But complete your sentence before we go to that shot.
Okay, so basically it helps us as household owners, Bahamians, persons living in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, to better make decisions for ourselves, thus contributing more efficiently to the Bahamian economy.
So definitely an all-around approach to watching the budget. So I think now we're going to toss it over to the House of Assembly, where proceedings have started today for the 2025-2026 budget communication. The Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, will lay out the roadmap. Let us know what we have to look forward to. Let us know how, island by island, they're looking forward to really bolstering economic improvement and economic empowerment.
We must do the same and not allow our human intuition, our human intelligence, or our human ingenuity to take precedence over God's wisdom and intelligence. The God we serve, He is omniscient and He is all-wise. God knows what we don't know. His wisdom is superior to man's wisdom. God sees what we can't see. As a matter of fact, God sees around the corner. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 8 and 9 says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are my ways your ways, declares the Lord. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts higher than your thoughts." In conclusion, let's all recommit to seeking God's direction for our private and public life before we make any decision. Matthew chapter 7, verses 7 and 8 says, "Ask and it shall be given. Seek, you shall find. Knock, and the door shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth. He that seeketh findeth. And to him that knocketh it shall be open." I leave you with this final thought today from a quote by Stormy O. Martin, which says, "Seeking God first always puts us in the correct position and aims us in the right direction to move in the future God has for us." See that. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for sparing our lives to see yet another day. We acknowledge that it's in you we live, it's in you we move, it's in you we have our beings. For this is the day that you have made, and we will all rejoice and be glad in it. This morning, we boldly come before your throne of grace and mercy, asking for your direction for our nation. Oh Lord, you know of our deficiencies, you know of our difficulties, and the myriad of challenges we face as a nation. Today, Lord, we confess we know not what to do. We confess We know not which way to take. But, oh Lord, our eyes are upon you. Lead us down the path of peace, path of righteousness, the path of prosperity, and the pathway of blessings. We pray today for our political leaders. We ask, Almighty God, that you would convict their hearts to seek you before making decisions on behalf of our great nation. We pray that they would humble themselves and acknowledge your sovereignty and your authority in the earth. Oh Lord, strengthen our political leaders on both of the sides. Grant them wisdom to carry out their responsibilities and their assignments. And Father, we pray your divine blessings upon the proceedings of this House today, and your continued blessings upon the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. These things we ask in the precious name of Jesus, and all of God's people say, Amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Philip Davis, Chester Cooper, Fred Mitchell, Glennis Hannah Martin, Alfred Sayers, Dr. Michael Darble, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Vaughn Miller, Jobeth Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Bolag, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Miles LaRota, Pia Glover Rowe, Lisa Ramming, Zane Lightborn, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Marcus Roll, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightborn, Leslie Miller Bryce, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Michael Bonnaby, Michael Pintard, James Kwesi Thompson, Aram Lewis, Shannon Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White, Kingsley Smith.
Good morning, honorable members. We will revert down the order of business as we conduct the people's business. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Pleasant good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
I rise as we would wish that be change in the order of business. I have consulted the leader of opposition business and the member for Central Grand Bahama. We would, Madam Speaker, wish that communications be dealt with before the tabling of documents, so that the budget communication would take place first, and then tabling of documents would come after that.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the government has no problem turning over their accommodations to us, we grant accommodation to them in this.
Thank you, honorable member. Central Grand Bahama.
Agreement.
Thank you, honorable members. Yeah, we have two oppositions now, huh? We will now go to statement and communications by ministers on the agenda. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Caroline, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wish to thank the House Chaplain for reminding us that before embarking upon any great undertaking, that we ought to invoke the aid of deity. And we have done so, and we accept that admonition. Madam Speaker, it is with the greatest appreciation for my fellow Bahamians that I rise to present my government's annual budget for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Madam Speaker, one of the best parts of being Prime Minister is getting to spend a lot of time with a lot of Bahamians from all walks of life. I cannot say that every conversation or exchange or working session always goes precisely the way I'd like, but I can say that nearly every encounter leaves me fueled by renewed optimism. The Bahamian people understand the challenges and pressures, domestic and external, that we face. They are very clear-eyed and insightful. In them, I see determination and strength. In fact, I see more. I see in many a sense of purpose and a commitment to national progress. That is why I'm so sure that our strengths as a people are far greater than our problems. Amen. That is why I can say with confidence that our best days lie ahead. We're not running from threats and dangers. We're not postponing taking on our hardest problems. And we do not fear the dramatic changes sweeping across the world. Instead, we are coming together. And together, we will harness new opportunities and create a new era of progress and renewal. Madam Speaker, the 2025-2026 budget reflects the values and policies laid out in detail in our blueprint for change and builds on the progress of our 3 previous budgets. Our agenda is focused on security, opportunity, affordability, and reform. Security, which encompasses multiple goals, from national security to personal security or personal safety. Opportunity, which requires growing our economy and investing in our people. Affordability, which means pushing against global and local inflationary pressures and innovating to lower prices wherever possible. And reform, because our ability to make crucial investments in our people were possible because of fiscal discipline, and because if we want the best outcomes, we need to modernize government services and make them more responsive to the people. In this budget, briefly, our expenditure and policy actions include measures to, for the very first time since independence, we have finally secured the achievement of a balanced budget. Madam Speaker, more than a balanced budget, a budget with a surplus. We have modernized government for better and more effective governance. They're not happy about that. We provide affordability by securing our food supply. We have stimulated private sector investments across the Family Islands. We're ensuring that Bahamians benefit from the use of our natural resources. Securing better health outcomes for our citizens. Investing in critical sectors such as education, healthcare, national security, and environmental protection. And of course, we are strengthening public infrastructure across the archipelago. Madam Speaker, despite all the headwinds we have faced, despite all the hardship, we are now a country on the move. Together, we are confronting our most difficult challenges, the ones that have held us back for too long, and it is the determination and the ingenuity of our people that is powering our country's progress. Governments can write smart laws and implement innovative policies, but those laws and policies can only create substantial and enduring change if we work in close partnership with the Bahamian people. So as I speak today, and in the coming weeks, about advances already underway, and as we describe our plan to build on and expand that progress, I want to recognize that our nation's gains and successes are possible only because of our extensive collaboration with the many, many Bahamians who are contributing their ideas, their talents, and their smarts to moving our country forward. Madam Speaker, many Bahamians saw for themselves the spirit and the resourcefulness of their fellow citizens during the pandemic, when people who lost their jobs turned talents and interest into new business ventures, evidence of the no-quit character I referred to earlier. But we won't soon forget the harsh conditions we faced in 2020 and 2021. I spent a lot of time with families in which everyone of working age had lost their jobs. The mummies, the daddies, the uncles, the aunties, the young people, entire families with no real money coming in, along with frustration. There was real fear. The lockdowns, the curfews, the travel visas, the fines, the punishments, it was clear that these made a bad situation worse. Our hospitals, schools, and communities were in terrible shape. A lot of people were hurting. It was under these circumstances we asked the Bahamians to give us the opportunity to lead the country out of crisis. In our economic plan and in our blueprint for change, we laid out a detailed vision for recovering, rebuilding, and revolutionizing our country's economy. Yes. We knew we had a big task ahead of us. We knew that rescuing the country from the worst fiscal and economic crisis we'd ever face was going to be a big lift. Yes. But we also knew, as bad as things were, that recovery could not be the ultimate goal. Recovery had to be a stop on that journey to something better. Because even in the best of times in the past, too many Bahamians have been left out of our economy. Celebrating our landmark independence anniversary, the 50th anniversary, reminded us how far we have come as a small independent nation, but also underscored how much work there's left to do to meet the promise of independence. It is the honor of my lifetime to spend my days working hard alongside my colleagues to do what we can to fulfill that promise, to create opportunities that reach every island and lift up every Bahamian family. Even though economic recovery was never our final destination, even though our ambition is to create a new era of growth and opportunity, there was never going to be a shortcut. There was no way to skip the rescue and recovery steps. We always knew we would need to put in the time and effort required to dig out of a very deep hole. The choices we made fuel our country's economic recovery. It's a recovery that independent experts, I repeat that, it's a recovery that independent experts have called remarkable. precisely because the pace and magnitude of the recovery was in no way inevitable. We made policy decisions about curfews and travel visas and free testing that were distinct from those of our predecessors. We ended policies that were keeping businesses closed down and people out of work. And even as we pulled the country back from a fiscal cliff, we raised the minimum wage. That's right. And just let me say, it's yet not high enough, but raising it was a step in the right direction. Yes. We signed new labor agreements. We approved new forms of relief. The decisions we made and the policies we carried out ended the speculation about downgrades and currency devaluation. Right. And as you will hear in more detail shortly, we have since then continued to strengthen considerably our country's finances. Right. We did not sit back and hope good things would happen. We made good things happen. Yes. We have actively promoted the country. We have actively promoted the country, creating new investments, new jobs, and new opportunities. $10 billion of private sector investment later, alongside hundreds of millions of government-led investments, we are still at it, still actively creating opportunities, not just hoping for them. We have built important relationships with other leaders and countries around the world. An important task for a small nation looking to leverage the influence of coalitions that can be exerted on the global stage. We have created innovative climate finance arrangements, one of which alone will save our country more than $120 million. We are bringing major sporting events to the Bahamas. We have strengthened partnerships to protect our borders. Our efforts removed the country from the blacklist. Yes. And our Attorney General is now playing an influential role in the United Nations Committee that is rewriting many of the rules that will affect our financial services. We have not had that kind of influence before, and a seat at the table matters. Yes. Madam Speaker, there's so much more. From expanding urban renewal, to renovating clinics, to taking action on the backlog of thousands of promotions in our public service, to signing a record number of agreements with labor unions. We have served, more than 1 million free hot breakfasts to our school children. I'm lucky enough to, from time to time, to stop by and share breakfast with the children and to say hello as they enjoy their breakfast. And let me tell you something. The food vendors, the teachers, the staff aren't just serving nutritious meal. They're serving hope and they're serving love. Yes. School breakfast reflects our belief that our children deserve a chance to start their day ready to learn. That's why our new budget expands the program, ensuring it will soon reach every one of our government's primary schools. This new initiative is the first time free breakfasts have been served in our schools. In fact, we have racked up a lot of firsts. Yes. That's what challenging the status quo requires. Racking up firsts. They don't see it. We launched our country's first National Youth Guard. Yes. The country's first significant national service program, which gives young people training to support our security services during a national emergency. And along with that, we give them job-ready skills that help them find good work. And I will tell you almost at least 90% of those persons who went through the 4 cohorts we've had, nearing 100 in each cohort, each of them are now gainfully and meaningfully employed. We are the first government to put free Wi-Fi in the parks. And as we say, education is the tool to success, or the key to success. We are the first to conduct a nationwide learning assessment in all of our schools. Allowing us to assess learning needs more precisely. That's under the guidance and leadership of the Minister of Education, the warrior from Engliston. The first to launch a Golden Yolk program for the production of eggs. And I can say the first to take diversifying our trade relationships seriously with a new trade office and support for Bahamian exporters and importers. We are the first government to meaningfully stand up to the Port Authority, the Grand Bahama Port Authority. Insisting that they carry out their obligations to the people and communities of Grand Bahama. And we are the first government to pass a law. Listen to this one, man. We are the first government to pass a law ensuring intellectual property rights for our artists and other creatives. So that they can benefit fully from what they produce. I'll speak over the next few weeks. We'll be sharing more details about these and many other firsts. And when, momentarily, I turn to the detailed review of microeconomic conditions and our financing activities, an update on our fiscal strategy and more, I'm pleased to say that in this arena, too, we have achieved an important first. The first government in an independent Bahamas to produce a budget surplus. Without sacrificing and/or robbing the delivery of services to our people, and continuing on our promises, delivering upon our promises as contained in our blueprint for change. Madam Speaker, we have made substantial gains strengthening our country's fiscal outlook and our economy. But before I share the good news, I want to say this. We know that our country's recovery and growth have not reached all Bahamians. I repeat that. Yes. I want to say we know that our country's recovery and growth have not yet reached all Bahamians. Good numbers on a spreadsheet are better than bad ones. But we talk to Bahamians every day who are still under a lot of pressure. People struggling to find good-paying work they can rely on. People who worry about how or even whether they can build a secure future. Madam Speaker, in order to create in the Bahamas a dynamic, inclusive economy that generates more opportunities in order to construct more ladders to security and to success, we need to do two things. Let me please say it again. In order to construct more ladders to security and success, we need to do two things. First, we have to create more opportunities. We have to build on the record levels of investments we have seen over the last several years and continue to create conditions that encourage innovation and economic growth. That means everything from major new investments in infrastructure to modernizing our laws and regulations to revamping our nation's entire power grid to give us more reliable, more affordable electricity. All of these changes, and many more, are in motion. And as we review these investments together during this budget debate, I think it'll be clear how they are designed to help generate many more of top quality opportunities our people deserve. That leads me to the second crucial imperative, making sure that Bahamians are ready in every way to step up and seize these new opportunities. That means major new investments in education and training and upskilling. It means strategic investments and grants for entrepreneurs. It means effective advocacy for the hiring and promotion of Bahamians. It means lowering and removing the barriers that are standing in the way of our people. Madam Speaker, our people deserve the education, training, and opportunities that matches their talent and ambition. That is why, in this budget, we are building on our gains in education and training with substantial new and historic investments in our people. Our younger citizens, still in school, of course, deserve the best and the most modern education we can provide. But I'm talking about all Bahamians who want more. Bahamians who are working hard to take care of their families. Bahamians who want to be able to think more than 1 month at a time. Bahamians who are searching for their path to economic security. Bahamians who want and deserve an opportunity to have an ownership stake in our economy. Bahamians who are dreaming of a better life. The ambitions and the aspirations of the Bahamian people are at the heart of this budget. As we navigate, Madam Speaker, forward through a time of fascinating possibilities, but also a time of disruption and danger, we believe that our country's success depends on developing the talents of our people. How can we achieve our country's greatest national ambitions? Any answer to that must prioritize helping more Bahamians achieve their personal ambitions. We are committed to providing skills and training and the access to lifelong learning opportunities that are quickly becoming essential in this era. We have to move past the limited, outdated, and old-fashioned ideas of what success looks like. Our people have a myriad of talents, and there are a multitude of paths to fulfillment and security and prosperity. Madam Speaker, the 2025 budget further builds on our core priorities and on our achievements to date. The first section of the budget communication presents an analysis of the current microeconomic and fiscal conditions, as well as the outlook which underpins the framework for this year's budget proposals. There is then a discussion of significant financial developments in the Bahamas. Subsequently, some of the key policy measures outlined in this budget are presented. Madam Speaker, the current and future developments of our small, open economy are deeply linked to the global, and especially the U.S., economic developments. It is therefore essential to begin with an assessment of the global economic climate, which has deteriorated sharply at the beginning of 2025. This was due to heightened trade policy tensions globally, weakened consumer and business sentiment, and a latent resurgence in inflationary pressures. According to the latest IMF World Economic Outlook published last month, the growth of global output is expected to slow to 2.8% this year, down from 3.3% in 2024, and a full 1/2 point weaker than the rate projected only 4 months ago. World output growth in 2026 is forecast at 3%. The growth of global trade in 2025 has also been marked down by virtually 1/2 to 1.7%, as compared to the projection of 3.2% in January 2025. Global inflation is projected to decline to 4.3% in 2025 and 3.6% in 2026, rates that are slightly higher than in the January forecast. Needless to say, the global economic environment that we confront as we set our policy and fiscal priorities for 2025-2026 budget is one replete with challenges. We developed this budget with a full appreciation of the risks and the uncertainties. I now turn to a review of recent and prospective economic developments in the United States, our major trading partner. While the U.S. economy remains resilient by many measures, a notable slowdown is now widely anticipated. More specifically, real GDP declined at an annual rate of 0.3% in the first quarter of 2025, following a stronger performance of 2.4% in the last quarter of 2024. This recent decline has been attributed primarily to a rise in imports and weaker government expenditure. Real growth for 2025 is forecast at 1.8%, a slowdown from 2.8% in 2024. Growth is pegged at 1.7% in 2026. For 2025 and 2026, these new forecasts represent downgrades of 0.9% and 0.4 percentage points from the forecast of just 4 months ago. The U.S. labor market in 2024 featured an increase in the unemployment rate to 4%. In April 2025, unemployment remained largely unchanged at 4.2%, and this is expected to continue for the rest of this year. In 2024, inflation fell to 3%, and by April 2025, annual inflation stood at 2.3%, which remains above the Federal Reserve's inflation goal. The IMF anticipates the U.S. inflation rate to average 3% in 2025 and 2.5% in 2026, suggesting that the Federal Reserve is likely to remain vigilant and steadfast in the setting of U.S. monetary policies going forward. As a result of these economic conditions, Moody's Ratings downgraded the United States credit rating by 1 notch to capital A, small a1, AA1. This downgrade reflects growing concerns about the U.S. long-term fiscal trajectory and institutional constraints, which could hinder timely policy responses to future economic challenges. Turning to our neighbor to the north, Canada's economy has shown a modest, though relatively steady, upward momentum. The Canadian economy grew by an estimated 1.5% in 2024, and it is projected to remain one of the more stable performers among the G7 nations in 2025. The outlook for Canada remains cautiously optimistic, with projected growth of around 1.4% in 2025. However, some concerns persist, particularly in relation to trade dynamics and the risk of rising unemployment. Canada's unemployment rate stands at 6.9% as of April 2025 and is projected by the IMF to average 6.6% in 2025 and 6.5% in 2026. Inflation in Canada has declined, within its target range of 1 to 3%, and currently sits at 2.3% as of March 2025, slightly below the comparable U.S. rate. The IMF projects the inflation rate to average 2% in 2025 and 2.1% in 2026. In 2024, Madam Speaker, real GDP growth in the euro area remained modest, estimated at 0.9%, with a slight decline projected to 0.8% in 2025. Inflation has continued to ease, reaching 2.2% as of March 2025, a decrease from 2.4% in 2024, and is expected to decline further to 2.1% by year end. The employment outlook in the euro area presents a mixed picture. As of March 2025, the unemployment rate was estimated at 6.2%, a fall from 6.4% in 2024, with a projected increase to 6.4% by the end of the year. This is mainly due to weaker labor demand and demographic challenges. Madam Speaker, China's real GDP grew by 5% in 2024, but that momentum is expected to moderate, with growth projected at 4% in 2025. China's urban unemployment rate stood at 5.2% in March 2025, down slightly from the previous year's 5.1%. Unemployment is projected at 5.1% for the end of 2025. Meanwhile, consumer prices fell by 0.1% year on year in March of 2025, marking the second consecutive month of deflation. For the rest of 2025, consumer prices are expected to remain flat, with a slight uptick to 0.6% next year. Lastly, our Latin America and Caribbean region recorded real GDP growth of 2.4% in 2024, and its growth outlook for 2025 is slightly more restrained, with the IMF projecting growth at 2%. This forecast reflects both the underlying structural issues and broader global economic pressures that continue to influence the region's trajectory. Madam Speaker, the United States remains the Bahamas' principal trading partner, accounting for approximately 83.3% of our total imports in 2024. That was valued at approximately $5 billion. This long-standing economic partnership is also reflected in our tourism sector, where in 2024, 84% of our stopover visitors originated from the United States. While this close relationship has yielded considerable benefits, it also underscores our exposure to developments in the U.S. economy. Any slowdown or heightened economic uncertainty in that market can have a direct impact on Bahamian trade and tourism. This sensitivity is particularly relevant considering recent policy announcements from the United States, specifically the proposed imposition of a 10% tariff on all Caribbean nations, including the Bahamas. Such a measure, if implemented, could potentially influence both trade flows and visitor arrivals. In this context, the government is committed to pursuing constructive dialogue with our U.S. and CARICOM partners to address the implications of this policy shift in a manner that protects and promotes mutual economic interests. Madam Speaker, what I can say is that well before the election of the current U.S. president, my government had taken proactive steps to strengthen our economic resilience, through the adoption of a national trade policy. One of the first for our country that I alluded to earlier. This policy lays the foundation for a trade diversification framework that seeks to broaden our export base and reduce over-independence on any single market. At the core of these efforts is a commitment to ensuring that global trade developments do not unduly disadvantage Bahamian businesses or consumers. The government has also been collaborating with the private sector to explore enhanced trade opportunities with Canada, Dominican Republic, Ghana, and India, while also investigating new shipping channels and logistical solutions. Let me share one example. The average price of a dozen eggs in the Bahamas currently stands at around $3.79. In comparison, during the period when eggs were primarily imported from the United States, prices had soared to as much as $10 per dozen due to the devastating impact of bird flu on the American poultry industry. In response, with government support, the private sector was able to shift its sourcing to the Dominican Republic, which not only stabilized supply, but also resulted in a significant economic benefit for Bahamian consumers by reducing costs. The Golden Yoke program that I spoke of earlier had a beneficial impact on pricing as well. Currently, the price of eggs in Florida averages around $5.60 per dozen. The fact that Bahamian consumers are paying less highlights the positive impact and strategic advantage of diversifying our trade partnerships. Madam Speaker, according to the Bahamas National Statistical Institute, economic activity in the Bahamas demonstrated a positive trend in 2024, with nominal growth recorded at 3.7% and real growth at 3.4% when compared to 2023. The IMF has projected that real economic growth in the Bahamas will moderate to 1.8% in 2025. The GDP figures are expected to be improved in the future as part of the Institute's revision policy. This policy allows for regular revision of the GDP data as more accurate and complete information becomes available. We have witnessed a commendable upward growth in our nation's GDP since 2019. In real GDP terms, we have progressed from contractions of 0.8% in 2019 and 20.1% in 2020 to positive growth of 3.4% in 2024. In nominal terms, GDP has moved from 3.6% growth in 2019 and a subsequent 21.9% decline in 2020 to an expansion of 3.7% in 2024. These figures, Madam Speaker, represent the highest output ever recorded for this country. In fact, when comparing our GDP per capita to our neighbors, the Bahamas stands ahead of tourism-driven island nations such as Jamaica, Barbados, and St. Lucia. This higher GDP per capita indicates that the Bahamian economy is performing strongly, with our people contributing significantly to national productivity and economic output. In 2024, the Bahamas GDP per capita is estimated at $38.9 thousand, compared to $7,300 for Jamaica and 14,000 for St. Lucia, and 24,600 for Barbados. If you take a look at that, Madam Speaker, it tells you where we are. Our GDP, our per capita GDP, is now at $38,900. A deeper look into our GDP offers key insights into our national economic performance. Consumption, particularly household consumption, rose by 3.1% in 2024 on the basis of an uptick in consumer confidence. The household expenditure survey will soon be completed by BNSI, and this will have an important impact on the consumption data that feeds into the GDP calculation. Our country's construction industry experienced strong momentum, expanding by 19% in 2024, supported by higher capital investment and increased imports of construction materials. Similarly, due to a broader adoption of digital technologies across the Bahamas, the information and communication sector saw a significant rebound, growing by 21.5%, a reversal of the previous year's 1.3% decline. Agriculture, forestry, and fishing industries also contributed to growth, with the sector expanding by 21% in 2024, reflecting the government's ongoing investment in revitalizing domestic food production through targeted agricultural programs and project regeneration efforts. While on the topic of GDP, I would like to address the statistical discrepancies found in the 2024 GDP tables. On Monday of this week, BNSI released a clarification regarding the 2024 advanced estimates of GDP. In line with their press release, statistical discrepancies or errors and omissions do not imply that the numbers have been misrepresented. Rather, they reflect the differences between the two methods used to calculate GDP: the production approach and/or the expenditure approach. It is important that we trust the professionals at BNSI. It's unfortunate that the former Minister of State for Finance would choose to undermine the technical staff of the very institution he once depended on while in office. If he had any concerns, the appropriate course of action would have been to address them directly with BNSI's technical team. These are the same experts whose work he relied upon during his tenure. Undermining their credibility without just cause is disrespectful and risks eroding confidence in our country's economic data. Madam Speaker, tourism, the cornerstone of the Bahamian economy, achieved historic heights in 2024. A record-breaking $11.2 million international visitors were welcomed to our shores in 2024, surpassing the 9.7 million arrivals recorded in 2023. Foreign air arrivals totaled 1.7 million in 2024, holding steady with 2023 levels and outperforming 2019 figures by 3.3%. Cruise arrivals total 9.4 million. Let me repeat that again. Cruise arrivals total 9.4 million in 2024, reflecting year-over-year growth of 20.6% and surpassed 2019 levels by 72.1%. All I say here, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of countries with beautiful beaches, but not as beautiful as those in the Bahamas. And apart from our most beautiful beaches, we mention the best people, best culture and cuisine. We know this, and we work hard to make sure others do too, while diversifying our offerings within tourism and prioritizing innovation and constant improvements, which is why the Bahamas is only growing as a premier travel destination. The result? More than $10 billion in foreign direct investments over the past 2 years. Another important first. This includes partnerships with globally recognized luxury brands such as Rosewood, Montage, Park Hyatt, Bulgari, Four Seasons Residences, Margaritaville, and of course, Concord Wilshire Capital, the new owners of Grand Lucayan Hotel in Grand Bahama. These investments will not only bolster economic output, but are enhancing the international profile of the Bahamas, particularly within the highest end of the high end of tourism market. Madam Speaker, several new announced and ongoing projects are expected to generate meaningful economic activity across various islands with significant impacts on employment, government revenue, and the broader investment climate. Notable among these is the development of Royal Caribbean's Royal Beach Club on Paradise Island, a transformative project valued at approximately $110 million. Implemented under a public-private partnership model, this initiative will allow Bahamians to hold up to 49% equity in that project, ensuring robust economic gains. The Beach Club is anticipated to open this year. Also underway is the development of Celebration Key in East Grand Bahama, a private cruise destination designed exclusively for Carnival Corporation. This project is expected to welcome its first guests in the coming weeks. This project is one of the reasons the Grand Bahamas economy is finally on this upswing. Elutra is also seeing notable investments, including the $360 million development of the Ritz-Carlton, which is already underway. Madam Speaker, inflation in 2024 remains subdued, with the rate standing at 0.4%, and forecast to rise modestly to 0.9% in 2025. This signals relative price stability, which is essential for maintaining consumer and investor confidence. The latest unemployment figures stands at 8.7%, which is down appreciably from 9.5% in 2019. This unemployment rate is the lowest since 2008. And is a significant recovery from the peak of 25.6% experienced in 2020. The government expects sustained improvement in tourism and foreign direct investment to further stabilize the unemployment rate in the medium term. I will now, Madam Speaker, review the fiscal performance from July 2024 to March 2025, the first 3 quarters of the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Start with revenue performance. Before presenting the 9-month fiscal performance, it is important to highlight that the revenue performance for the month of April 2025 is at a high level. Typically, the month of April contributes approximately 12% to total revenue intake over a 10-month period. According to the latest preliminary financial data, April 2025 is consistent with this trend, accounting for approximately 13% of total revenue over the 10-month period. The preliminary financial data shows revenue specifically for the month of April 2025 at $352.7 million. The strong revenue performance in April suggests that fourth quarter revenue performance will be very strong as well. Now on to the 9-month fiscal performance in detail. Total revenue amounted to $2.5 billion in the initial 9 months of the fiscal year. This marks an increase of $266.3 million, or 12.2% as compared to the same period in the previous fiscal year. At the end of March 2025, total revenue stood at 69.4% of the budget forecast. This improvement, Madam Speaker, in revenue performance resulted from a boost in tax revenue of $243.2 million to a total of $2.2 billion. Tax revenue amounted to 70% of the budget forecast. Key revenue highlights during these 9 months are as follows. Taxes on property grew by $27.3 million and total $172.9 million, representing 75.2% of the budget target. This period-over-period increase was driven by improved receipts from taxes on commercial and foreign-owned undeveloped properties that together expanded by $25.9 million. This was expected due to strengthened collection efforts, most of which were collected from non-Bahamians. As Bahamians found themselves in a position to make more purchases, VAT receipts expanded by $50.8 million and amounted to $1 billion, accounting for 68.9% of the budget forecast. Continued improvement in economic activity and domestic demand for goods and services has sustained the resilience of VAT revenues. Since the fiscal year 2021-2022, when the VAT rate was adjusted to 10%, VAT receipts have demonstrated notable growth, rising from $210.4 million, or 18.5% by the end of last full fiscal year. This growth reflects both the resilience of the VAT system and the underlying strength of our economy. Despite this improved performance in the overall VAT collections, this administration believes that VAT on real estate is still not being captured fully. Yes. We will be proposing additional measures to close loopholes in the collection of this tax. Amen. In recognition of this progress, and in keeping with our commitment to ensure that fiscal gains benefit Bahamians, this administration implemented a reduction in the VAT rate on food from 10% to 5%. Which became effective on the 1st of April this year. Later in this communication, I will outline further VAT reductions in this upcoming budget year. This measure is part of our broader strategy for a more affordable Bahamas. Stamp taxes on financial transactions and VAT on real estate transactions were higher by $12.3 million and total $94.7 million, or 68.8% of the budget estimate. Licenses to conduct special business activity driven by business license receipts rose by $36.4 million and total $162.7 million. To date, this represents 67.2% of the budget forecast. Likewise, company taxes, led by business tax receipts from international business companies, improved by $11.7 million and amounted to $27.3 million and equated 90.4% of the budget target. Taxes on international trade and transactions decreased by $125 million and total $627.3 million, for a 75.5% of its budget target. This was driven by the uptick in departure tax collections of $121.1 million that totaled $255.1 million, surpassing the budget target by $13.8 million or 5.7%. This positive outcome is driven by two factors: sustained improvement in our tourism sector and recent reform to cruise passenger-related taxes.
They don't look happy.
Non-tax revenue expanded by $22.8 million to $258.2 million, accounting for 65.5% of the budget. This was driven by gains in immigration and custom fees, along with surplus bank fees. I now turn to expenditure performance during the 9 months of the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Total expenditure increased by $238.8 million to $2.6 billion during these 9 months of the fiscal year. This fulfilled 73% of the budget target. Specifically, recurrent expenditure rose by $199.9 million to a total of $2.4 billion, accounting for 72.5% of the budget forecast. This increase reflects the following: outlays on the compensation of employees, which was increased by $20 million to a total of $649 million, which represents 73% of the budget target. A part of this increase was driven by a $7.1 million increase in NIB payments from the government attributed to the recent rate increase. Pension and gratuity payments rose by $11.2 million to $148.6 million, accounting for 78.3% of the budget target. Spending on the use of goods and services rose by $82.4 million, amounting to $514.2 million and equating to 74.8% of the budget target. This rise was driven by payments of utilities, special financial transactions, and acquisition of services, including a $7.1 million increase for catastrophic health care services. Interest payments on public debt increased by $38.2 million to a total of $447.3 million and amounted to 68.1% of the budget forecast. Payments on foreign currency obligations totaled $227.8 million, or 50.9% of the total, while payments on domestic debt obligations totaled $219.5 million, or 49.1% of the total. Lastly, subsidies, primarily to non-financial public operations, grew by $25.1 million to $338 million, for 82.1% of the budget. Likewise, other transfers, mostly to non-financial public operations, expanded by $35.6 million to $194.1 million, for 69.3% of the budget target. Among these include continued investments in education, including contributions to UWI, totaling $5.9 million. Scholarships and grants, including international scholarships, totaling $30 million. Grants to independent schools, totaling $12.9 million. And contributions to the University of the Bahamas, amounting to $22.7 million. Capital expenditure, Madam Speaker. Regarding capital expenditure, spending increased by $30.9 million, totaling $266 million, which accounted for 77.2% of the budget forecast. This increase was driven by net investments for road repairs across New Providence and the Family Islands, investments in airport infrastructure, school ground improvements and digitization projects in schools, the acquisition of medical equipment, and building resilience in public safety and order through acquisition of CCTVs and other security and communication equipment, military, police, and prison equipment, and firearms and ammunition. Deficit performance. The government's fiscal performance for the initial 9 months of the fiscal year showed a 16.6% decrease in the deficit to $178.9 million. This accounted for 1.1% of nominal GDP, compared to 1.4% in the previous year. In dollar terms, the deficit in the previous year was $214.4 million. Since the current administration assumed office, the fiscal deficit has followed a consistent downward trajectory, declining from a peak of $1.3 billion, or 11.9% of revised nominal GDP in financial year 2020-2021, to 1.2% of GDP in the most recent full fiscal year 2023-2024. This represents a notable improvement, particularly when compared to the 2.6% deficit to GDP ratio recorded in the last pre-pandemic fiscal year. That will be 2018-2019. This outcome further foreshadows a positive outcome for the fourth quarter's performance. Madam Speaker, one of the indicators of health, economic health in a nation, is the primary balance performance. And that refers to the difference between a government's total revenue and its non-interest expenditure. This measure provides insight from a fiscal policy perspective into a country's fiscal health. In essence, this represents the parameters of fiscal policy that the government directly controls and are critical to managing debt levels. At the end of March 2025, the primary balance reflected an increase in the surplus position, equating to $268.4 million, or 1.7% of nominal GDP. This equated to a 45.7% of the budget forecast. This also represents an improvement over the primary surplus of $194.6 million in the prior fiscal year. And we're still moving.
Yes, sir. Still moving.
And I don't take into account the $357 million I talked about in April.
Right.
We are talking? And that's not included. Madam Speaker, revenue receipts demonstrated strong performance during the 9 months leading up to March 2025, as well as in April 2025. This momentum, coupled with the successful resolution of tax tribunal cases, where 50% of the $100 million in disputes have been settled, is expected to drive a late surge in tax collections and improve overall revenue performance for the year. Despite a notable shortfall in VAT collections from the real estate sector, revenue is still projected to be near its annual forecast. On the expenditure side, public spending has remained aligned with the budget, even after an initial front-loading of payments early in the fiscal year, and is expected to remain contained within its annual forecast. As a result, the fiscal deficit will fall within a range of 0.3% to 0.17% of GDP. However, if we use last year's performance to extrapolate the projected fiscal balance outturn for this current year, the fiscal deficit will be estimated to fall under 0.3% of GDP. As such, my administration is confident that we will hit our deficit target for the full 2024-25 fiscal year. In the first half of this fiscal year, we experienced a 6-month deficit of $404.1 million. However, For the majority of the second half of this current fiscal year, we have witnessed monthly surpluses. The month of February 2025 experienced a surplus of $58.6 million. The month of March 2025 settled at a surplus of $169.6 million. And as I mentioned earlier in this communication, the first fiscal performance for April 25, which is near 357 in revenues, what we suggest that the strong revenue performance, our preliminary data shows April at a surplus position of $135.4 million. So again, Madam Speaker, it is due to the second half performance that we feel confident in reaching a deficit within our target range of 0.3 to 0.7% of GDP. Our debt performance, Madam Speaker. At the end of March 2025, total central government debt totaled $11.7 billion. Domestic currency debt accounted for $6.4 billion, or 54.7% of total central government debt. Foreign currency debt accounted for $5.3 billion, or 45.3% of total central government debt. Over the period, the debt to GDP ratio has been trending downwards as the government stands firm on its debt strategy and achieving its midterm debt target. As such, at end of March 2025, the debt stock equated to 72.9% of GDP, a decrease from the ratio of 73.2% at the end of December 2024. Over the past 9 months of this fiscal year, the financing mix included the following transactions. On the domestic front, net borrowings comprised of government securities that totaled $332.9 million and central bank advances that amounted to $129 million. This was offset by net repayments on bank loans that totaled $7.6 million. In terms of foreign currency, a net borrowing of $244.4 million in commercial bank loans was offset by net redemption of international bonds amounting to $218.2 million and scheduled net payments to international development agencies totaling $99.4 million. Credit ratings. Madam Speaker, historically, the government has relied on two rating agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, to assess its creditworthiness. Recently, we have expanded this approach by engaging Fitch Ratings, providing a third independent perspective. In April of this year, Fitch Ratings assigned the Bahamas a BB- rating with a stable outlook. This rating reflects the country's high GDP per capita, robust and stable governance, and continued efforts towards fiscal consolidation. The inaugural BB- credit rating from Fitch marks a significant milestone in the Bahamas' credit recovery and re-rating trajectory. Additionally, in April, Moody's upgraded its outlook for the Bahamas from stable to positive for the first time in 17 years.
Facts don't lie.
This upgrade was driven by several factors. Significant improvements in the country's fiscal soundness and debt profile, supported by strong fiscal consolidation over the past 2 years. The achievement of a primary surplus, enhanced revenue collection alongside disciplined expenditure management, and a solid institutional framework and a stable political system. These positive developments underscore the country's progress toward a stronger and more sustainable fiscal future, enhancing investor confidence and solidifying the Bahamas' position in the global financial markets. Similarly, back in September 2023, Standard & Poor's Global Ratings had reaffirmed the Bahamas credit rating at B+ with a stable outlook. This decision reflected the resilience of our economy, particularly driven by the tourism sector, which played a pivotal role in facilitating fiscal improvements and moderating the growth of total debt accumulation. These strategic measures implemented by this administration to address both financing and refinancing needs, coupled with the stability of our political environment, have instilled confidence in our ability to effectively manage risks and maintain macroeconomic stability. Madam Speaker, as I reaffirmed in my mid-year address, this administration remains resolute in its commitment to securing an investment-grade credit rating within the next 3 years, starting in the upcoming fiscal year. Achieving this milestone by the fiscal year 2028-2029 is not merely symbolic. It is a strategic imperative that will unlock greater economic opportunity, reduce borrowing costs, and enhance investor confidence in our nation's future. To this end, we are focused on strengthening 4 critical economic indicators: GDP per capita as a measure of national productivity, central government debt as a percentage of GDP, revenue as a percentage of GDP to support essential public services and long-term development, and interest expenses as a percentage of overall revenue, a critical indicator of fiscal sustainability. With our GDP projections expected to fully capture economic activity within the next 3 years, we have confidently set the following targets to reach investment-grade status. GDP per capita has risen by 27.7%, increasing from $30,400 in 2024 to $38,900 in 2020. $30,400 in 2021 to $38,900 in 2024. On a year-over-year basis, it grew by 2.7%, up from $37,900 in 2023. Based on regional benchmarks, long-term growth prospects, and the current economic environment, we are targeting an annual GDP per capita of approximately $44,000 by 2029. Revenue to GDP has also improved significantly, rising from 17% in fiscal year 2021 to 19.7% in financial year 2023-2024. For the current fiscal year, as previously planned, we have set a target of 22.1%. To meet the requirements of an investment-grade rating, we must continue to enhance our revenue mobilization efforts. Accordingly, we project that the total revenue will reach 23.5% of GDP in fiscal year 2025-2026 and increase to 25% thereafter. On the fiscal front, we have made substantial strides in reducing the national debt burden. As of the end of June 2024, central government debt stood at 72.7% of GDP, a marked improvement from the 88.7% at the end of June 2021. While this progress is commendable, we recognize that sustainable debt levels are essential for long-term resilience. International best practices suggest that public debt should not exceed 1/2 of country's output. In alignment with this, The Fiscal Strategy Report 2025 outlines our commitment to reducing the central government debt to GDP ratio to 50% by 2030-2031. Based on internal estimates and expected policy changes, we expect to be near this target by financial year 2028 to 2029. In addition to reducing the size of our debt, we are also focusing on reducing the cost of carrying it. In financial year 2020-2021, interest expense accounted for approximately 22.1% of total government revenue, decreasing to 20% in financial year 2023-2024. Our objective is to further reduce this ratio to 10% by 2028-2029. These achievements reflect the hard work and discipline of our institutions, the resilience of our economy, and the trust you have placed in the government, the people have placed in the government. We are on the right path, but we must stay on course. Amen. Together, we will build a stronger, more prosperous, and more resilient nation for generations to come. Furthermore, we have already undertaken measures through a series of comprehensive reforms. These include reducing both the deficit and debt levels, implementing the country's first major nationwide energy reforms, implementing mitigation for climate risk and exposure to external shocks through initiatives like the Coastal Protection, disaster risk programs, disaster insurance, as well as principal deferment programs in times of disaster. Implementing tax reforms to diversify government revenue and align with international best practices. Utilizing credit-enhanced external financing to lower debt costs and interest expenses. Reforming the BSD debt market to improve capacity and liquidity. And enhancing the collection of economic statistics. In respect to our medium-term debt management strategy, Madam Speaker, we have made significant strides in reducing reliance on costly external commercial debt. By shifting our focus to more favorable domestic borrowing options, as well as concessional financing for multilateral institutions such as the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, that we recently joined as a member. We are lowering borrowing costs and enhancing our resilience through the stability of the domestic market. Additionally, we have successfully extended the average maturity of our debt, reducing refinancing risk and improving debt sustainability. This aligns with our long-term fiscal goals, easing short-term debt pressures and creating more stable financing conditions. As part of our borrowing strategy, we plan to increase the use of export credit facilities, which are loan funding guaranteed by export credit agencies to finance the purchase of goods and services from the countries providing them. Given the success of these arrangements, this administration is looking to finance the construction of the new glass window bridge and other projects using a similar facility within a new fiscal year. These advancements reflect our commitment to prudent fiscal management and achievement of central government debt levels at 50% of GDP by fiscal year 2030-2031. Madam Speaker, upholding our prudent and strategic debt management approach has led to several positive outcomes. One of the most notable being the successful execution of the debt conversion for nature conservation transaction. This innovative transaction was designed to reduce the national debt while simultaneously addressing the country's pressing environmental concerns, particularly in preserving the unique biodiversity and ecosystems of the Bahamas. The success of this transaction was widely recognized in the global financial community. As a result, the Bahamas was invited to participate in the prestigious 2025 Global Capital Latin America Bond Awards. This transaction Madam Speaker, the bond, this transaction was nominated in 3 categories at the awards and ultimately won the highly coveted award for the ESG Deal of the Year. This achievement, Madam Speaker, not only strengthens our international reputation, but also shows our ongoing commitment to sustainable development, fiscal responsibility, and protecting our natural resources. I also want to bring to the attention of this Honorable House that the 2025 Fiscal Strategy Report will be tabled today. This report follows the guidelines set by the Public Finance Management Act, demonstrating the government's commitment to budget credibility, transparency, and fiscal sustainability. It outlines the government's medium-term fiscal framework, which serves as the foundation for shaping the 2025-2026 budget, annual borrowing plan, and medium-term debt strategy. As mentioned earlier, BNSI recently revised its GDP methodology to better capture the economic activity throughout the Bahamas. Given that the GDP is a crucial economic base, widely used throughout our fiscal analysis, this has prompted key adjustments to our fiscal framework. Accordingly, the revenue target for 2025-26 has been reduced from 25% to 23.5% of GDP to align with the updated economic base. Nonetheless, the government remains committed to restoring the revenue to GDP ratio to 25% over the medium term through a comprehensive tax policy alignment. It is important to emphasize that this technical adjustment does not constitute a departure from fiscal discipline. Global inflationary pressures have increased costs in the Bahamas, necessitating a move from the government to raise the concurrent expenditure ceiling from 20% to 20.8% of GDP. Starting in 2025-2026, the overall capital expenditure to GDP ratio is maintained at 3.5%. These adjustments reflect a dynamic, data-driven approach to fiscal planning, anchored in sound public financial management and aligned with national development priorities. Considering these developments, I wish to inform this Honorable House that we are tabling the necessary resolutions during this budget to formally adjust relevant fiscal targets in line with the updated economic assumptions and policy priorities. I now turn to the budget estimates for 2025 and 2026. The budget estimates for total revenue amounts to $3.89 million, or 23.6% of GDP. Total expenditure is expected to amount to $3.82 billion, or 23.1% of GDP. Of this, recurrent expenditure accounts for $3.44 billion, or 20.8% of GDP, and capital expenditure for $376.3 million, or 2.3% of GDP. The fiscal surplus is estimated at $75 million, or 0.5% of GDP, with the primary balance showing a surplus of 4.5% of GDP. Given this, the debt to GDP ratio has been projected at 68.9% of GDP at the end of fiscal year 25-26. For the first time, Madam Speaker, for the first time in our history as an independent nation, a Minister of Finance will be tabling a balanced budget, evidence that fiscal discipline can coexist with a bold vision for national progress. We accomplished this. I want to repeat this. We accomplished this without sacrificing development priorities or slowing the pace of investment. We did it without resorting to reckless cuts or firing dedicated employees just to claim a quick win. This balanced budget is the result of careful planning, responsible leadership, and a steadfast commitment to the Bahamian people. And it is our continued commitment to fiscal responsibility that will allow us to continue making game-changing investments in our country and in our people. And Speaker, the remaining portion of my communication will focus on detailing the fiscal measures that form the foundation of this budget. These policy changes are not made lightly. Each one is guided by a core principle that the burden and benefits of economic activity should be shared equitably across sectors, communities, and generations. I repeat that principle. The burden and benefits of economic activity should be shared equitably across sectors, communities, and generations. This year's revenue measures are structured around 6 major themes: affordability, environmental health, marine protection and development, modernizing operations, tax measures update, and private cruise destinations. Madam Speaker, due to the recent effects of global inflation, economies around the world, including the Bahamas, have faced significant price increases. As a result, Bahamian families have struggled under the weight of high prices for food, household items, and basic hygiene necessities. This administration understands their difficulty, and in this budget, we are acting decisively to bring relief to the people. As part of the ongoing efforts to promote affordability, we will be reducing the VAT rate to 5% on a range of products that are crucial for the well-being of our citizens. These include baby diapers.
Yes.
Okay.
That's pampers.
Yes.
Baby diapers.
Mothers. Yes. Children.
Depends.
Yes.
Elderly. Right? Feminine hygiene products.
Women.
Prescription and non-prescription drugs. And Madam Speaker, that includes medications for those with chronic conditions. Medical and dental supplies.
Yes.
Medical and dental supplies. Such as needles, blood pressure machine, lancets, dental cements, and other dental fillings. And of course, other medical and therapeutic items, such as cell therapy products.
Finally, I see a smile.
Madam Speaker, these reductions will take effect September 1st, 2025. And they are aimed at ensuring that Bahamians of all ages and stages of life can access essential products without the added burden of a higher tax. Under the amended VAT Act, we are also extending VAT relief on building materials for religious institutions in recognition of their vital role in supporting and uplifting communities. This VAT relief will come in the form of VAT-exempt imports or as a refund system if purchased locally. In addition, customs duty is being removed from digital and changeable letter signs, making it more affordable for them to enhance their visibility and communication efforts. We're also reducing customs duties on dozens of essential items, products that Bahamians purchase every week, items that matter in every kitchen, every bathroom, every nursery, and every home. We're helping families, homeowners, and small contractors by removing the customs duty on the following items: refractory cement, mortars and concrete, and similar compositions, copper fittings, screws and nuts and bolts. Stop laughing. but essential hardware. Further this, I come to that. Further this, duty on the following items is being reduced: cleaning products, electric or battery operated shavers, juice extractors, trucks weighing 20 tons and above, and filters of all kinds from water to air conditioning filters. We are also taking steps to reduce the cost of fuel sources used by numerous households. We are removing the 45% excise duty on butane fuel. Mostly used in portable stoves. Many Bahamians rely on this fuel for a hot meal, whether day-to-day or during emergencies. This is part of our broader commitment to build resilience and affordability into everyday life, especially where it may help the most. The Bahamas is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by 2030 and achieving net zero emissions by 2050. In line with the Paris Agreement, our clean energy transition includes expanding renewable energy, promoting electric vehicles, and improving energy efficiency through key initiatives and projects. Duty exemptions on household appliances with the highest level of energy efficiency will be granted. I repeat that. Duty exemptions on household appliances with the highest level of energy efficiency will be granted. Freezers, air conditioners, gas and electric water heaters will all be duty-free once confirmed that the appliance will make a positive impact on climate change initiatives. These exemptions are designed to encourage Bahamians to adopt cleaner technologies, directly contributing to our climate goals and a sustainable future for us all. In addition to these measures, prefabricated homes can now be imported with the prior approval of the Minister of Works.
Wow, that's big.
Awesome. That's a brilliant move. Every Bahamian has the right to safe food, clean environments, and healthy communities. To support this, we are introducing new measures in the upcoming fiscal year that are practical, fair, and more focused on protecting public health. The Bahamian marine environment, Madam Speaker, is one of our greatest treasures, rich in biodiversity, cultural significance, and economic value. Yet, for far too long, its use has been under-regulated and its protection underfunded. This budget marks a turning point. We are introducing targeted measures to ensure that those who benefit from our marine space also contribute to its sustainability. To better support our marine environment and support long-term stewardship of our waters, we will introduce a framework to implement an environmental levy on seabed leases for commercial activity to reflect the true value of our marine territory. Enforcing a cruising permit fee for tenders and boats 25 feet or larger, ensuring every vessel has its own valid permit. Introduce environmental penalties to discourage harmful practices and preserve the health of our marine ecosystem. These measures are not discouraging use. They are not about discouraging use. They are about encouraging responsible use. They are about ensuring that those who enjoy our waters also help to preserve them, and for future generations of Bahamians to inherit an ocean that is abundant, healthy, and protected. We owe it to our people and to the sea that sustains us. Early in my communication, I mentioned the award-winning Debt for Nature Conservation transaction. This transaction has unlocked $124 million in funding for marine conservation without increasing our debt burden. Over the next 15 years, annual savings from this agreement will be directed to the Bahamas Protected Area Fund, which will allocate resources to agencies tasked with safeguarding our marine ecosystem. These funds will begin to support the implementation of pre-established conservation targets and ensure long-term environmental stewardship in the upcoming fiscal year. The projected environmental impacts of this initiative are substantial. Enhanced management of 6.8 million hectares of marine protected areas, representing nearly 70% of our nearshore environment. Restoration of critical mangrove ecosystem, which serve as natural buffers against storm surges and provide vital nursery habitats for marine. Strengthen resilience to climate change, particularly in coastal communities vulnerable to rising sea levels and extreme weather events. And the establishment of a $20 million conservation endowment by 2039, ensuring continued funding for marine protection beyond the 15-year term. Madam Speaker, as we continue to prioritize the protection and sustainable use of our marine environment, this administration is taking decisive action to strengthen safety and accountability in our waters. Jet ski and motorboat operators will now face fines and fixed penalties for violations of the laws and regulations governing their operations. To strengthen enforcement, we will create a maritime revenue unit within the Ministry of Finance. In addition, members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Defense Force, port officers, and other designated authorities will be empowered to issue notices, impound non-compliant vessels, and where necessary, dispose of such vessels at the owner's expense. Operators of motorboats and jet skis have a duty of care to their passengers and to the public. They are expected to be fully informed of and compliant with all relevant safety protocols and regulatory requirements. Amendments to the law have been made to provide for fixed penalty and fixed penalty notices. The government is committed to ensuring that our marine spaces remain safe, orderly, and enjoyable for all. Our oceans and coastlines are some of our greatest assets. They feed our people, power our tourism, and protect our communities. Taking care of them means healthier fish stocks, stronger livelihoods, and more chances to grow our blue economy. When we look after our marine environment, we are looking after our future. Madam Speaker, this budget is not only about providing relief. It is also about building a smarter, fairer, and more modern Bahamas. This is why this government will put in place the proper policies and frameworks that were long needed. We will establish the Asset Disposal Assessment Unit, which will examine fiscal government assets and recommend the optimal method for disposal. They recommend whether public assets should be transferred to another public entity, sold, recycled, destroyed, or in any other method they will see fit. The Asset Disposal Assessment Unit will assist in the promotion of accountability, honesty, and transparency for public assets which are no longer for its purposed use. Not only will the process be streamlined, but there will also be a record of government disposals. Public officers will be required to report if they have received overpayments for the disposal of non-financial government capital. For too long, certain systems have remained outdated with inefficiencies that frustrate Bahamians and drain public. To modernize how government works, how it taxes and how it charges, and how it serves. When it comes to real property tax, fairness is our guiding principle. Owners of derelict properties will be eligible for a waiver or credit on all outstanding property tax arrears once those properties are repaired and made habitable again.
Excellent.
To ensure transparency and fairness, we will put in place a pre-approved process to confirm the property's derelict status before any repairs begin. To promote equity among the real property tax base, we are better defining owner-occupied and removing its seasonality, by replacing it with a defined period for foreign homeowners. Foreign homeowners will qualify for the partial owner-occupied exemption for property values of up to $300,000 if they stay more than 90 days in the Bahamas. If they stay more than 183 days, full exemption will be applied, which includes both the residential cap and the $300,000 exemption tied to value. The Bahamas, Madam Speaker, has long been a haven for private yachts and aircrafts. But our administrative systems have not kept pace with this reality. That changes now. We will introduce the frequent visitors digital card to make entry smoother and compliance simpler for private vessels and aircraft that visit our shores regularly. For private boats, each vessel will be required to have its own card linked directly to its registration number. This card will be valid for 2 years and is intended exclusively for cruising, not for fishing or anchoring. For private aircraft, a separate card will be introduced for propeller-driven planes, tied not just to propeller planes, tied to the plane's serial number. Just as with boats, the card is strictly for leisure travel. It does not cover commercial activities or charters. This suite of measures reflects a government committed to fairness, modernization, and respect for those who invest in the Bahamas. We are moving forward with purpose and with Bahamians in mind every step of the way. As part of this budget, Madam Speaker, we're also taking steps to strengthen our corporate tax framework in line with international standards. I wish to remind this Honorable House that the Domestic Minimum Top-Up Tax Act was enacted on the 29th of November 2024 and came into effect on the 1st of January 2024. This legislation implements the OECD's Pillar 2 framework by introducing a 15% minimum effective tax rate for large multinational enterprise groups operating in the Bahamas. This is a major step forward in ensuring that large global companies pay their fair share in jurisdictions where they conduct substantial business. The DMTT is projected to generate approximately a minimum of $130 million, or 0.7% of GDP, of new revenue in the upcoming fiscal year for the Bahamian people. This government plans to introduce the Business Development Incentives Program Act. This act will encourage further development in our country through incentives for eligible licensees under the Business License Act with an annual turnover greater than $50 million. These incentives will benefit Bahamians by encouraging local investment activities which create jobs, build local capacity, and expand the use of Bahamian goods and services. Whether it's hiring more Bahamians, training staff, or investing in innovation and sustainability, this program rewards companies that deepen their footprint and impact in the Bahamas. It is a forward-looking tool to drive inclusive economic growth, support the family islands, and align private sector investment with our national development goals. Madam Speaker, cruise tourism in the Bahamas has come a long way. What began as a modest stream of floating leisure has now become an economic powerhouse. In 2024 alone, cruise visitors numbered $9.4 million, an increase of 20.3% over the previous year, and representing a staggering 83.4% of the total tourist arrivals. These numbers are not just impressive, they are transformative. But while cruise volumes have soared, the sector's direct contribution to government revenue has not kept pace. We have seen exponential growth in the private cruise destinations. We have premium offshore activities like cabana rentals that now fetch as high as $4,000 per day. Yet these earnings often flow offshore with limited or no benefit to the Bahamian taxpayer. Today's cruise ships are not just modes of transportation, they are floating resorts, complete with their own entertainment, retail, and shore excursion operations. When they dock at our shores, particularly at private islands, they often offer excursions from horseback riding and nature trails to zip lining, balloon rides, beach clubs, and shopping villages. These experiences have contributed to the growth of our GDP over the past 3 years. Madam Speaker, this budget reflects our intent to modernize and regulate this critical sector in a way that upholds 4 key principles: fairness and equity across the tourism sector, economic benefits for all Bahamians, alignment with evolving global standards for sustainable tourism, and enhanced compliance and oversight for a critical sector of the Bahamian economy. In keeping with these principles, our budget introduces targeted compliance measures to ensure cruise-related activities contribute fairly and meaningfully to our national development. Recently, the government has been meeting with the cruise lines to streamline compliance in the sector. The cruise lines have acknowledged the importance of compliance and will continue to work with us to ensure that this happens in a sustainable and mutually respectful manner. These compliance measures will have a focus on enforcement of custom duties, VAT on all imports to the private cruise destinations, immigration work permit fees for all employees, the Communications Act and Electricity Act, application in respect to private utilities operating on the various private cruise destinations, VAT on all services offered for value on the islands, and the government's policy for the rental of recreational watercraft, which is reserved for Bahamians. Madam Speaker, we expect that the economic activity on the private cruise destinations will be the biggest driver of GDP growth in the next 3 to 5 years, which underscores the importance of the information I've just shared. I now turn to expenditure measures in the budget, which are strategic, targeted, and designed to deliver results. As I mentioned at the outset, many of our key investments promote security, opportunity, affordability, and reform. We are making additional unprecedented investments in our national security during the coming fiscal year. These investments span the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, and other key security agencies. The security of our borders is fundamental to the sovereignty and safety of our nation. The Royal Bahamas Defense Force will benefit from strategic investments, including modernization of key bases at Coral Harbor and Inagua, upgrades to the defense fleet, and specialized equipment, including aircraft refurbishments, which will improve aerial surveillance, mobility, and response time. To strengthen our presence on the front lines, we are significantly increasing manpower The expanded workforce will support greater enforcement, faster processing, and a more visible presence at our ports of entry and throughout the Family Island. In addition, in New Providence, resources have been allocated for the construction of a boundary wall, enhanced surveillance systems, and general improvements to the detention center. And in Grand Bahama, additional resources are earmarked for the renovation of the detention center, modernizing the facility to meet national safety and security standards. Regarding the police force, we are recruiting new officers and civilian personnel to strengthen presence and response capabilities in New Providence and Freeport. Resources are also provided for IT modernization, including surveillance cameras, digital forensic tools, and upgrades to the AFIS ADEMIA system, enhancing investigation capacity and real-time policing. To further support public safety, the government will procure modern fire trucks, protective gear, and specialized firefighting tools. Construct a new fire station through a public-private partnership, delivering critical infrastructure costs effectively, and planning for a new police headquarters to improve command operations and interagency coordination. We are also expanding nationwide communication systems and CCTV networks to reinforce surveillance in high-risk areas. Additional technologies will be deployed to block illegal inmate communications and prevent drone deliveries into secure facilities. Madam Speaker, we are bolstering the capacity of our correctional system with support for the hiring of new recruits and uniform allowances, procurement of body-worn cameras, and investments in advanced surveillance contracts to prevent unauthorized deliveries and improve perimeter security. To improve judicial efficiency and to build on early investments in new courts, the government is allocating resources to expand the virtual courts platform, reducing backlogs and delays in court proceedings. This government's comprehensive approach to national security through investments in personnel, technology, and infrastructure ensures that the Bahamas remains ready to face emerging threats. We are making strategic investments in energy, infrastructure, and the digital upgrades across the country. We are going to create the conditions necessary to generate new opportunities, and then we are going to make sure Bahamians are ready for those opportunities. Our new energy era reforms are a critical part of our plan. We decided there was no way to create a 21st century economy with a 20th century energy grid. That's why we are overseeing our country's first, another first, nationwide comprehensive energy reforms. High prices and unreliable electricity affect everyone and have held back our businesses, made them less competitive, raised operating costs, and acted as a drag on our economic growth. PPL has been operating a very old system that in some places is held together by the equivalent of what I call the duct tape. There is a reason previous governments struggled to fix the problems. There's a reason that it's incredibly complicated and incredibly expensive. You know, when we came in office, PPL had a legacy debt of over $500 million. But I was not willing to kick the can down the road. Not with critical parts of our energy grid dating back to pre-independence and on the verge of collapse. Not with the generation engines in urgent need of replacement. We have been burning dirty, expensive fuels and paying a lot to do it. And of course, we don't just have one grid. We have different islands with different needs, all of which need attention. So we decided we needed comprehensive reform. No more quick fixes, no more Band-Aids, no more patching things up today in a way that means they break again tomorrow. Putting energy reform together has taken a lot of careful planning. But now we are finally updating transmission and distribution in New Providence. For the first time, utility-scale solar power will be integrated into the grid. We will have solar power throughout our Family Islands. where new hybrid microgrids will incorporate solar power and natural gas, allow us to eliminate expensive PPL rentals, replace aging generation units, and establish battery storage systems. Energy reform is going to be a game changer, delivering lower prices, increased reliability, and a grid that is stronger during storms. And we are using cleaner energy and meeting our commitment to union workers of job and pension security guaranteed. I'm also pleased to say we are working with different Bahamian partners throughout the islands. We are transforming how we generate and transmit energy across the country. We are going to have a modern grid that delivers reliable electricity at a reasonable price. And no doubt you'll hear more about this when you hear from the Minister of Energy, the Energizer Bunny from Elizabeth. We are also making transformative investments in infrastructure. We are undertaking comprehensive roadworks across New Providence and the Family Islands, delivering long-awaited improvemements that directly benefit our communities. Major initiatives include the completion of major roadworks in Exuma, Eleuthera, and Cat Island, with a total investment of $250 million, bringing relief to residents and businesses. The commencement of road rehabilitation in San Salvador, beginning a new phase of development for that island's infrastructure. The Long Island Road Improvement Project, where a $22 million contract has been signed to rehabilitate and upgrade key roadworks across that island. And of course, the Harbor Island dock upgrade, enhancing access, safety, and rehabilitation, one of our most vital transportation hubs. I was calling you to let you know that the contract was signed.
No, not you.
No, I talked to Naughty Neutral. He said he was trying to reach you. I won't try to reach you. I won't try to reach you, but Naughty Neutral. It's signed Naughty Neutral. Oh yeah, future pride. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Boy, nothing wrong. Naughty Neutral. There's nothing wrong to having ambition. Don't let it discourage you. To improve delivery. Don't let it discourage you. To improve delivery capacity and project efficiency across all of our infrastructure programs, we have secured a $90 million loan from the Inter-American Development Bank to strengthen Bahamix, the state-owned enterprise road paving and building company in the Bahamas. This investment will enhance project management systems, such as the launch of a comprehensive road and drainage improvement program in New Providence. It will be focused on resurfacing major thoroughfares, improving drainage and in flood-prone areas, and upgrading sidewalks, signage, and lighting near schools, clinics, and key public facilities. Along with these infrastructure investments, we will be making significant investments in school repairs across the Bahamas. And as part of ongoing efforts to ensure access to clean and reliable water, we are advancing several high-impact projects through the Water and Sewage Corporation, including the Joe Farrington Road Water Project, the Gladstone Road Wastewater Treatment Plant, upgrades to the water systems in Exuma, South Andrews, North Acklands, and ongoing recovery efforts in Abaco Post-Orient. Additionally, investments in national water security, such as the Aqua Design buyout, the buying out Aqua Design. Naughty Neutral. Consolidated Water and the MEA Water Efficiency Program, they were funded during the mid-year budget. These initiatives are helping to reduce water losses, improve delivery, and ensure sustainable access to clean water for all Bahamians. Madam Speaker, recognizing the critical role of our air connectivity in national development, we are launching a major aviation infrastructure development program using separately sourced financing. As part of this initiative, airport upgrades and expansions are underway in Exuma, Cat Island, and Eleuthera, strengthening tourism, trade, and mobility for these key islands. Through these strategic capital works and public utility enhancement, this government is not only upgrading physical infrastructure, but also expanding economic activities and building a resilient Bahamas for generations to come. The investments I've outlined will create conditions necessary to grow our economy and create new opportunities. Talking about the airport, I think Black Point is to be included in that. Crooked Island and Auckland is included in that. Long Island is on the way.
Yes.
The minister,
Long Island.
the Minister of Aviation,
Becoming Long Island.
the Minister of Aviation, the Deputy Prime Minister will be speaking in more details about these investments. I forget you? Yeah. It is also, Madam Speaker, it's really important to me to emphasize that our investment in education and training and upskilling and opportunities span many different fields, require different kinds of aptitudes and talents, and encompass different kinds of support. We are investing in traditional scholarships to universities. Yes, that is the right path for some. But we are also massively expanding our investment in BTVI. I don't want to see applications for work permits for top-paying specialty work I know Bahamians can do with the proper training. We are going to expand BTVI's capacity so many more Bahamians have the opportunity to learn the kinds of skills and trades that can form a very profitable business. We are also launching the Bahamas Polytechnic Accreditation and Training Hub this academic year, creating technical and vocational pathways to graduation and lucrative careers. We are investing $2.6 million in new funding for the National Maritime Academy for Bahamians interested in careers in the blue economy. And it is with great excitement that I announce that this year, our upskill program will begin to enroll Bahamians in paid certification courses online, as well as hosting important in-person sessions for Bahamians looking to improve their skills or gain certifications across a range of fields and industries. The scale and pace of change is extraordinary. The scale and pace of change is extraordinary. Artificial intelligence and digital technologies are reshaping industries, creating new opportunities, and yes, sometimes replacing old ways of working. The jobs of tomorrow will not be the same as those of yesterday, but this is not a reason for fear. It is a call to action. The skills we have today may not be enough for the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. To thrive, we must embrace a culture of continuous learning and adaptability. It's a challenge, I know, that Bahamians are up for. Upskill is for everyone. Young people entering the workforce, parents returning to work or interested in switching fields, experienced professionals seeking new horizons, and those who simply wish to strengthen the fundamentals. Financial literacy, data science, business planning, marketing, design, artificial intelligence. These are important skills in today's marketplace, and I want every Bahamian who's interested to have access to education and certification in these fields. Upskill is going to bridge the gap between our islands and the global world of work, enabling Bahamians to work remotely, start digital businesses, and access international opportunities. I believe we can change the brain drain into a brain gain. Remote work opportunities will allow Bahamians who want to live here at home, to have access to professional development and high incomes. And upskill is only the beginning. New technology will allow us to transform the classrooms, workplaces, and clinics. We can build access to online education and skills building to support our teachers and schools. We can use telemedicine services to support patients and healthcare professionals in our clinics for faster and more accurate diagnosis and for prescribing treatment plans. Madam Speaker, the cost of living has always been too high, but the global inflation crisis of the last several years raised prices beyond what many families can endure. A small country like ours will always be impacted by global events, but we can grow stronger. We can reduce our vulnerability to rising prices where it matters most. And there is no reason we cannot grow more of our food here at home. Yes. We are making substantial and important new investments in developing agriculture, including the expansion of grants to Bahamians. We can create a new wave of successful Bahamian entrepreneurs, keep more of our money inside the country, and lower prices for families. We want both small-scale operations and larger food production companies run and operate by Bahamians to become much bigger players in our country and region. 21st century farming does not look like the old days. This is big business. Food security is an important national priority, and our new Center for Food and Nutrition Security will serve as a multidisciplinary technical hub advancing national food and nutrition security. Through cutting-edge research, policy development, innovation, and community-based initiatives. In the upcoming year, the Center will lead a series of transformative initiatives to strengthen national resilience and food sovereignty, including establishing urban farms and community food hubs to increase local food access, promote self-reliance, and support neighborhood-based food systems, addressing health-related challenges linked to food insecurity, training farmers in climate-smart agriculture practices to enhance productivity while promoting environmental sustainability and resilience to climate change, and establishing seed banks and promoting native crop varieties to preserve biodiversity, ensure seed availability, and support culturally appropriate food systems. Over the past year, the administration has transformed our agricultural and marine sectors through decisive action and strategic investment. We launched our National Layer and Piggery Program, distributing over 10,000 chicks and 3,000 adult chickens. We also equipped farmers across Cat Island, Exuma, Acklands, and other islands with tractors and other essential equipment. Today, we are scaling those initiatives while making vital new investments. The Golden Yoke Project has a large role to play in our plans for food security. We are investing $9 million for the construction of pullet buildings capable of housing 25,000 chicks, dual layer houses for 20,000 hens, and an egg processing facility with capacity to process 8,000 eggs per hour. This past week, we signed an MOU to construct 5 hydroponic farms in New Providence, Grand Bahama, Abaco, Andros, and Cat Island, as we embrace modern farming techniques that can provide healthy produce to even our most remote islands. BAMC is expanding its academic mission with 302 enrolled students and strategic partnerships with Prairie View A&M, Athens State, and Stanford University, providing our youth with world-class educational opportunities. Of course, we are ensuring that scholarships are available for those who wish to launch careers in agriculture and marine sciences. Overall, we are increasing support to farmers by 200% and expanding the overall agricultural budget from $25 million to $35 million.
Yes.
Our commitment to entrepreneurial empowerment has yielded remarkable progress across diverse sectors of our economy, demonstrating that inclusive growth requires intentional investment in every segment of our society. through our entrepreneurs with disabilities program, developed in partnership with Youth, Sports and Culture and the National Disabilities Commission, we have shattered barriers that prevented members of that community from launching enterprises. Our fly fishing initiative will help Bahamians build sustainable enterprises in this fast-growing, lucrative industry while preserving our natural heritage. The grant recipients for the upcoming round of funding will be announced in the very near future. The Crafting the Bahamas Creative Entrepreneurs Initiatives represents an innovative approach to the creative economy development. With 99 registrants spanning from Grand Bahama to Maguana, this program showcases authentic Bahamian artisans across our entire archipelago. Their work will be featured on the Tingsea Marketplace, which helps Family Island entrepreneurs to access larger markets. Recognizing the need for support, our Men in Business program has already transformed lives through 2 strategic cohorts, approving $566,824.71 for 64 businesses in Cohort 1 and $114,192.03 for 13 Family Island enterprises in Cohort 2, while training 262 men through our Business Blueprint course. And our upcoming Blue Economy Accelerator, developed at the Nature Conservancy, the Inter-American Development Bank, represents another innovative step for Blue Economy entrepreneurs. This is a part of our expansive approach to supporting local entrepreneurs. We are pouring millions into the SBDC, recapitalizing BDP, making new investments into the Venture Capital Investment Fund, and expanding the TDC's capacity to support tourism-based entrepreneurs through programs like the Sun, Sand, and Souvenirs Incubation Center and the Home Sweet Home Initiative to help Bahamians enter the vacation home rental market. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, our talented, extraordinary citizens are the reason I'm so hopeful about the future. It is our responsibility to create an environment that allows their talents to shine and an economy that allows them to rise up. We recognize the incredible diversity of talent we have. So we are creating educational and training programs that support a range of interests and skills, from our National Youth Guard to Blue Economy maritime opportunities, to new entrepreneurs, to farmers, and many more. We are ready to support Bahamians who want to work hard and create and seize new opportunities. This is how we're going to close the gap between our national potential and our national reality. And it is one Bahamian at a time.
I like that idea. National potential and national reality.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, many components of this budget carry forward the work we began when we came into office. Work that has laid a strong foundation for progress. At the same time, we are introducing new measures that respond directly to the challenges we face today, and that move us closer to the aspirations we share for tomorrow. Next week, I look forward to opening the budget debate. That will be my opportunity to speak in greater detail about the investments that we are making, investments in our people, in our country, in our future. Right now, I want to leave you with a sense of my deep optimism for the country we are building together. Let me be clear. Optimism is not the same as complacency. We know there is a great deal of work ahead. And we know that the road will not always be easy. But together, but together, we will steer this country forward with purpose, with determination, and with hope.
Yes.
Hope reigns eternal. Madam Speaker.
What are the documents you lie on the table? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Make two motions. The first is that the House do sit beyond 1 p.m. And if that is successful, that we suspend for 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House stands suspended for proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour. It has also been moved and seconded that we now take a 10-minute suspension. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now suspend for 10 minutes.
All rise!
And there you have it, the Prime Minister wrapping up his a little more than 2-hour budget communication in the House of Assembly. And we have some major takeaways, some major things he announced this morning, starting first, on September 1st, 5% value-added tax. Starting on September 1st, value-added tax will be reduced to 5% on a wide range of products. Those include baby diapers, adult incontinence products such as Depends, feminine hygiene items, both prescription and non-prescription medications, including drugs for chronic conditions, medical and dental supplies such as needles, blood pressure monitors, lancets, dental cement, and other dental fillings and other medical and therapeutic goods, including cell therapy products. The government also noted that it achieved a balanced budget with a surplus. Capital expenditure, he said, increased by $30.9 billion. And the GDP per capita has expanded to 38.9%. He says the new budget will expand the school breakfast program nationwide and also extending VAT relief on building materials to the religious communities and institutions. A new national trade policy that broadens the country's export base and reduce overdependence on any single market. Prime Minister Davis says the government will explore new trade opportunities with Canada, the Dominican Republic, Ghana, and India. And we're going to toss it to another package from our budget show here today. You're watching the ZNS Network. We'll be right back.
I believe that the government should engage who I would call some of its top negotiators, people who understand trade, who understand international business, who understand how to negotiate through policies, both local and international, to put those kinds of people together, economic advisors, you may want to call them, who are able to go into the international community, whether it's the United States, whether it's Canada, China, Brazil, wherever, and negotiate terms for the Bahamas. All right, now I know before when we had the discussions several years ago about the World Trade Organization, there were talks then about doing multilateral trade agreements, right? I recall that the current Attorney General, when he was the minister responsible for this at the time, thought that the best approach was to arrange bilateral arrangements with individual countries and the Bahamas. An approach that I think works, in my view, works better for us today as well, because if we start doing multilateral negotiations, then we will lump ourselves in the basket with so many other nations, and we don't have a way to get out of it. It works well and it doesn't. We thought it worked well for Canada and Mexico as well, right? Until the whole thing got turned upside down. But I do believe, though, that that this whole introduction of these base tariff rates that the U.S. is talking about imposing presents an opportunity for us, as we did when we introduced VAT back in 2014-15 or so. It gives us an opportunity to re-examine our trade policies, even though the Bahamas has a relatively new national trade policy that was just implemented about 2 or 3 years ago, really. I think it gives us an opportunity now to re-examine our trade policies to determine what our focus ought to be.
Well, the Prime Minister is done with the 2025-2026 budget communication. And of course, as always, we are awaiting a press conference from the official opposition with their analysis and reaction. But while we wait on that, we're going to toss it now to our Felicity Darville. Felicity. Oh, we're going to go to a break right now. Pardon, we'll be back with Felicity. And of course, as I said, we're waiting on the official opposition's press conference. You're watching the budget 2025-2026 communication. We'll be right back.
Summer in the Bahamas. The weather is hot, but not as hot as the ZNS summer packages. Get ads on ZNS TV or ZNS Radio Network or the TV community page, or a combination of all three. ZNS has got you covered with great prices, whatever package you choose. Book before June 7th and get the local Federation Championship Baseball bonus full of all kinds of extras free of charge. Contact your account executive or call ZNS Sales at 502-3800 today. Hot summer package rates valid until July 31st.
Planning the execution of a newscast is serious business. From the assignment to the concept of the story, everything has to be precise, on point, always. The Bahamas Tonight, the National Report, is your trusted news service. We get it right the first time. Our preparation for you each night is done with care, knowing that our voices will reach you on 700 islands and keys with unquestionable accuracy. It gives me great pleasure each night to say,
welcome to the Bahamas Tonight, the National Report. I'm your national anchor, Mukesh Lopinder.
COVID is clearly unpredictable. It doesn't matter how young you are, how old you are. I'm young, and it still put a beating on me. I had no other option but to go to the hospital. I remember the doctor telling me if I had waited one more day, I wasn't going to come inside here alive. At my lowest point, not being there for my kids was... You don't want to be in the same position that I was in. Vaccines may not stop you from getting COVID, but it can.
Hey, what's up, Mario?
Hey, Dale, what's going on?
Have you seen ZNS new digital platforms?
No. Let me go check it out.
Good day, Bahamas. I'm Devontae Hanna, and this is ZNS Digital,
where we cater to your news and entertainment needs. Are you a foodie? I thought so. Then look out for Digital Bites.
Shining a light on Bahamians and the good that they do, ZNS Digital is home to the sunshine.
Keeping up with the latest trends, our original content will keep you entertained.
Yeah, that's cool.
But have you seen the new website?
No, I didn't see it. Let me go look.
We're still your most trusted source for news and information.
That's ZNS Digital?
Yeah, that's ZNS Digital, the people station in your pocket.
Was inside the House of Assembly during the Prime Minister's communication. She joins us from Parliament Square with this recap. Felicity, I know there was a standing room only inside the House this morning. What did you experience?
Well,
what did you
Anthea,
see?
when I started out this broadcast, I said that today was going to be historic. And yes, we know that the budget is presented every year, but it's a historic point in the fiscal year, right? But there was something else. I must have been speaking prophetically because there was something else very significant that happened today in the House of Assembly. For the very first time, a Minister of Finance has presented a balanced budget to the public. Now, this is significant. I mean, let's set the scene. We're talking about on the back of Hurricane Dorian and the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2019, the numbers were looking good, but those two, that double whammy right there, set our country back, even more than other countries around the world who experienced the pandemic because of the devastation of Hurricane Dorian. And so against that backdrop, the brave Davis administration came into government and set a plan to recover the economy. And today, he was proud to stand and say that he presented a balanced budget. To that, the members of Parliament in his cabinet and others stood to their feet and banged on the table of the lower house today in support of that historic announcement. Now, to add to that, the Prime Minister said there's also a surplus of some $75 million in surplus. And so they're good projections. As a matter of fact, the plans that he has should roll out from now until 2030. Now, what are some of the things contributing to that? We know in November, the domestic minimum top-up tax bill that was passed is going to be one of those things that are going to contribute significantly to the budget, as we have those large international companies that will now have to pay tax for the first time. But let's get into some of the new announcements that the Prime Minister made. So we have more VAT reductions, 5%. VAT's getting slashed again by 50%, down to 5% on certain essential items, such as our baby diapers, Depends, our feminine hygiene products, prescription and non-prescription drugs, medical and dental supplies, and so much more. They're also reducing customs duties. Now, we know we're trying to get our country back to clean and green and environmentally friendly. And so if you want to bring in appliances that are environmentally friendly, those products are going to be able to come in duty-free. You can make an application even to the Minister of Work for your prefab home to come in duty-free once it's approved by the Minister of Works. So those were some great announcements there. Now for the family islands. As we know, the budget specifically talked about island by island. There are more than $250 million of infrastructural works going on in our family islands, from the airports, the waterworks, to the roadways. Now, that might not seem significant if you don't traverse the family islands on a regular basis. But if you do, you know that it's difficult, that there are potholes like everywhere. The water services are limited. And if you don't have a good airport, how are the tourists going to come? And so the focus will continue on that. But guess what? New Providence is not being left out. There's a $90 million loan that's going to be allocated for Bahamix to fix the roads in New Providence. And that will extend throughout the island and include sidewalks and lighting and signage for government areas such as schools and clinics. And so that's another achievement that we expect to roll out within the next budget. Now, now that the Prime Minister has already delivered that budget, we expect the opposition to go down into the opposition room and give their response. But what is new is that after the opposition has already given its response, The government will then also give its response. And we're told that the Member of Parliament from Mount Moriah, McKell-Bonnaby, will give that address on behalf of the government from the Senate. So he'll be in the upper house giving his response on behalf of the government to whatever the opposition has to say. Now, we've already seen, I mean, even while the presentation was being delivered, the notes started going around on social media where the FNM is saying, where is the plan? They want the specifics. So we'll wait to see what they have to say in that regard. Let's talk about the armed forces for a minute. When it comes to the armed forces, there are going to be increased efforts for recruitment, for uniform allowances, and for infrastructural developments. When it comes to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, expect to see a perimeter wall set up there at the Coral Harbor base. Improvements also for the immigration, for the detention center here in New Providence and in Grand Bahama. For the police force, also we're looking at improving the way how investigations are carried out and digitization. When it comes to this budget, digitization in several areas of government is where the focus will be. So back to what I was saying in my prediction, that data is going to be very important, because with that data, we're going to be able to make smarter decisions about the way that the money is spent in this country. And once we have that data, we can then track the progress and know exactly where the money should go in the future. Of course, climate resilience is also up there. The Prime Minister did talk about the Debt for Nature swap. As we already know that there are several $1 million that'll be coming in. So that's another form, including the domestic minimum top-up tax bill, of increase in revenue. And so, with that said, let's see what the opposition will have to say, and followed by the government response. Back to you in studio.
Well, thank you so much for that, Felicity. A very in-depth, comprehensive wrap-up from her, mentioning a lot of things here that we heard earlier from the Prime Minister. But of course, as she also mentioned, we are awaiting the official response from the opposition. And so we're going to toss it to a quick break right now while we prepare for their response. We'll be right back.
Why does learning to swim matter to us and all Bahamians? Safety. They teach water safety to help save lives and prevent drowning. Through their own research, it is evident that the majority of Bahamians, over 90%, do not know how to swim. Fitness. To help fight against obesity and encourage a healthy lifestyle. Fun. By learning to swim, they can encourage young Bahamians to discover the many water activities that can be enjoyed, such as snorkeling, fishing, scuba diving, and so much more.
The idea of taking swimming lessons to the Bahamian public was something that we thought was a great idea, and so we started Let's Swim Bahamas.
I've always been a learn to swim coach and a life-saving coach, and so this is now my turn to kind of really see learn to swim being developed.
Although we ran swift swimming for some 30 years and we offered Let's Swim lessons, we knew we were only touching a small percentage of the Bahamian public.
I enjoy the children and how happy and excited and joyful they are. I mean, some of them come from maybe hard homes. Maybe they're bullied at school. Who knows what they have? But when they come here, it's a very positive thing for them.
At the end of the day, more kids will be fulfilled, more kids will have a life-saving skill, and more kids will stay away from crime.
Crime-free.
Looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
A lot of our young men and women, they look forward to being around the game of basketball so much because a lot of their community is infested with crime and violence. It's always been a passion of mine to make sure I channel these young men and women in the right direction through sports. Basketball and being in this environment is a safe haven for them in terms of what they need to do to get out. You have leadership conference to help these young men and women to understand the importance of making the right choice. I tell all of my athletes, when you go to school, help yourself. Stay focused. Use basketball. Don't let basketball use you. I love the game. The game has been good to me, and I just want to give back to the young people who have opportunity so the game can be good to them. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
PREP stands for Prepare, Refocus, Educate, and Produce. When young people come to the program, we make them feel comfortable. We may break out into groups. When Philip asked Nathaniel, Nathaniel said to him, "Can anything good come out of Nazareth?" Has anyone said, "Can anything good come out of Canaan Lane? Can anything good come out of Ball's Alley?" There are a lot of young people in Canaan Lane who are excelling in track, who are doing well in school. What I started PREP to help to do, to get people to understand and notice that there are problems and issues that are going on with our young people, that indeed we who can do something should do something. And so PREP is here for them, creating the opportunities, letting them know that there is potential that you have not yet discovered within yourself. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
Our mandate on the mission statement for the program is to develop community leaders and nation builders through the art of Jonkono. The future belongs to them, so being able to instill the culture in young people and at the same time make them productive citizens of the society is basically what our program offers. We teach them from scratch, so how to pace, how to beat a drum, how to ring a cowbell, how to blow a horn, to get that good understanding of what the culture is like. The program is more than just Jonkono itself, where we bring a group of teens to perform, but we also assist them with life lessons, find scholarship opportunities for them to go abroad and further their education. In this day and time, it's very hard for kids coming up, and so we try to find means within the Jonkono arena, but at the same time use just Jonkono as the outlet to make them better at life. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
My motto is one girl at a time. If we start with just one thing and we build on that, I think that makes a whole big difference. When we started out, we didn't anticipate having 1,000 children here. Our goal was to reach one child at a time. The whole idea was to find a safe place for them, some place for them to express their talents and their giftings, and also a positive environment for them to be in. I do the work that I do in my community because I see that they can become more than they are. I can see that they will be great in this community. I can see born leaders. And one thing I can say, the change in them has affected their families. If we started something small, it grows, and we have a greater impact on the community as a whole. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
Gymnastics requires discipline, dedication, and a strong sense of balance, just like doing good in our community. In gymnastics, every move counts. Every step, every leap, every turn. Just like in our communities, where every action, every act of kindness, every effort to help makes a difference.
I am the creator of Posh Girl Symposium. Posh is a symposium for 5th and 6th graders at Queens College, where they are encouraged to be more passionate, optimistic, strong, and healthy, and stamp out hunger. We collect unused quality stamps to feed the hungry. Some people don't have the basic necessity of food, so I wanted to be able to help.
Be the balance, the strength, and the grace your community needs. Together, we can achieve greatness.
Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
Summer in the Bahamas. The weather is hot, but not as hot as the ZNS summer packages. Get ads on ZNS TV or ZNS Radio Network or the TV community page, or a combination of all three. ZNS has got you covered with great prices, whatever package you choose. Book before June 7th and get the local Federation Championship Baseball bonus full of all kinds of extras free of charge. Contact your account executive or call ZNS Sales at 502-3800 today. Hot summer package rates valid until July 31st.
cousin of mine who was the leader of one of the biggest gangs in this country during the early 90s. The gang that he was a part of tried to recruit all of us. If you're not strong, you can fall prey to that environment. I did not join because I was kept involved in positive activities. I saw what worked, what didn't work, and I just was able to utilize all of the gifts and talents over the years to impact young persons' lives throughout our nation. I realized every single individual has the freedom to choose. But if you choose light, these are the benefits. If you choose darkness, these are the results of your choice. I've seen music bring young persons from gangs through a trumpet, through a clarinet, through a drum, all because of the power of music. Conflict will come, circumstances will come. We just have to be consistent, dedicated, and committed with our young persons. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
Well, what about me? What about you, what? Well, I thirsty too, you know. You want to see all the water out there? Well, why you don't give me your water, and then you go try and drink that salt water? You crazy, eh? I ain't the one talking to a dog, you know.
Ain't nobody could drink salt water.
Then why you won't give it to me? All dogs need fresh, cool water and sufficient shelter from the sun all year round, especially on the beach and during the hot summer months.
Summers are very hot here in the Bahamas, so please make sure all pets have ample, cool, fresh water in proper containers and sufficient shelter from the sun, even on the beach. And make sure all dog houses and kennels have proper ventilation. Let's make it Bahamian to be humane.
This message has been brought to you by the Bahamas Humane Society and the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas.
COVID is clearly unpredictable. It doesn't matter how young you are, how old you are. I'm young, and it still put a beating on me. I had no other option but to go to the hospital. I remember the doctor telling me if I had waited one more day, I wasn't gonna come inside here alive. At my lowest point, not being there for my kids was... You don't want to be in the same position that I was in. Vaccines may not stop you from getting COVID, but it can stop you from getting COVID the way I had COVID. You don't want that way.
Welcome back to the Fiscal Blueprint Budget 2025-2026. We're still awaiting on that live press conference from the official opposition. But in the meantime, we're going to toss it back to our Felicity Darville, who's now with the DPM. Felicity.
We have with us the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Chester Cooper, with us live in the flesh after a very historic budget presentation. And we know, Deputy Prime Minister, that tourism has a lot to do with the success that was announced today.
Thank you. Tourism is the engine, but I want to commend Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and the finance team for doing a spectacular job and not just telling the story of the past, but projecting a magnificent story of progress for the future. This is an exciting day for the Bahamas, all of the Bahamas, as we expand opportunities one island at a time. Yes, we've seen magnificent growth in tourism. We've seen historic records in 2024, 2023, and now again in 2025. We're not resting on our laurels, though, because we recognize that the entire economy is riding on the work that we put in. So we're seeing lowest unemployment levels ever. We're seeing amazing growth of revenues. Even though we cut VAT, we see an increase in revenues even in VAT. We're seeing significant investments in infrastructure all across the islands of the Bahamas. Amazing support for entrepreneurs as we grow opportunities. Truly, there's a lot to digest here. And I'm looking forward to my 2 hours to debate many of these issues that I've talked about today. But this truly is an exciting day for the islands of the Bahamas. When we came to office, the Prime Minister, who's from Cat Island, Deputy Prime Minister, who's from Exuma, promised that we were not going to be a Nassau-centric administration. And we're seeing that now. Infrastructural works all across the islands of the Bahamas. We're seeing more than $250 million of works in roads and bridges and docks. We're seeing much more to come in airports through public-private partnerships as well as direct from this budget. This is truly an exciting day. There's a lot to unpack, but it's more than about the numbers. It's about impacting people, creating opportunities for people. So you're going to hear a lot over the course of the next week or so about how we upskill, how we create more opportunities, how we get people in better paying jobs, how we get the increase really in income so that people can have more affordability in the economy. We've done great work. We're optimistic about the future. We recognize, though, that we do have more to do and more to be done still, and we have to touch more people. We have to ensure that people are feeling the progress from the $12 billion of foreign direct investments, from the 12 million tourists that's going to come to the Bahamas this year. We want to ensure that every Bahamian is participating, owning, and feeling the economy that we're working so hard to create.
Yes, now we know those infrastructural works are vital to getting more tourists into the Family Islands, the roads, the airports, and the docks. And we also know that we have these foreign direct investments that are going to bring more resorts. Is this going to be enough to meet the demand? Because now you're pushing out a lot of work to get more tourists into the Family Islands.
Well, the infrastructure needs are twofold. One for expanding the economy, but importantly, equally as important, is really to provide quality of life for Bahamians all across these islands. So really the investment in the project is the catalyst for the growth of the economy so that people don't need to leave home. Young people like me don't have to leave Exuma to come to Nassau to find a job. So we're seeing now people going back to Grand Bahama, people going to Eleuthera. We're creating opportunities all through the Exuma Keys, you know, and this is what our constituents expect of us. And I'm really excited about the progress because really in some of these islands people have waited a long time for this progress, and we're seeing it happen right now. Over the course of the next year and the course of the next 5 years, we're going to continue this work that we have started. We have great financial projections, but we also have great things in store for the Bahamian people to help them to improve their quality of life, to help them to afford a better life for themselves, and to help them really to ensure that the next generations of their family are better off than this generation. And I believe if we do that successfully, as we intend to do, the entire country will be better off.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. We look forward to hearing your contribution to the budget debate.
I'm looking forward to expanding on all of these opportunities for Bahamians. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, so there you have it, 11.2 million tourists this year, 5.6 coming into the cruise port. And you heard it there from the Deputy Prime Minister. We're aiming for 12 million in this year. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Felicity. Yes, the Prime Minister did note that 11.2 million visitors last year, and some other big things we took out of his communication this morning. Again, starting September 1st, 5% VAT reduction on certain items like baby diapers, adult incontinence products, medical and dental supplies. But he also made mention of the fact that the unemployment rate has been the lowest since 2008. It now stands at 8.7%, down from 9.5% in 2019. He also mentioned, as we said earlier, a VAT reduction on building materials for religious institutions, as well as noting that, as Felicity said earlier, $90 million loan for a New Providence Road Works project. Work, of course, allocations for the armed forces, recruitment, uniform allowance, the detention center. Also speaking about customs duty reduction on certain items like cement, screws, copper fillings, cleaning products, and filters as well. But at the end of his presentation, the Prime Minister noted that, he says, and I quote, "I want to leave you with a sense of my deep optimism for the country we are building together. Let me be clear, optimism is not the same as complacency. We know that there's a great deal of work ahead, and we know the road will not always be easy. easy, but together we will steer this country forward with purpose, with determination, and with hope. So a lot of optimism, a lot of hope, a lot of well wishes, and a lot to look forward to that we gather from the Prime Minister's budget communication today. Again, we are still awaiting analysis, still awaiting reactions from the official opposition. We'll toss it to a break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Caribbean, a paradise inhabited by millions. But this paradise is facing a new challenge, the impacts of a changing climate. As these impacts intensify, our tourism sector is feeling the heat.
Of course, with increased temperatures, the tourism practitioners can expect a significant increase in the demand for cooling and hydration services. So for example, persons will be using a lot more AC, they'll be using the refrigerator more, the use of the pools, showers, taking more showers, and of course drinking more water. The tourism operators should advise their guests about the heat that is expected and actually advise them on how best they can use the resources efficiently.
Tourism sector, it is important that the tourism practitioners are able to sensitize their tourists, their clientele, but also their workers to the dangers of heat.
Together, we can protect our paradise. Let's embrace sustainable practices, stay informed, and work together to ensure the Caribbean remains a premier travel destination for generations to come. To keep informed and learn more, follow CIMH on X, Facebook, and Instagram.
A cousin of mine who was the leader of one of the biggest gangs in this country during the early 90s. The gang that he was a part of tried to recruit all of us. If you're not strong, you can fall prey to that environment. I did not join because I was kept involved in positive activities. I saw what worked, what didn't work, and I just was able to utilize all of the gifts and talents over the years to impact young persons' lives throughout our nation. I realized every single individual has the freedom to choose. But if you choose light, these are the benefits. If you choose darkness, these are the results of your choice. I've seen music bring young persons from gangs through a trumpet, through a clarinet, through a drum, all because of the power of music. Conflicts will come, circumstances will come. We just have to be consistent, dedicated, and committed with our young persons. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
The Ministry of Social Services, Information and Broadcasting is partnering with the Bahamas Christian Council to help build stronger Bahamian families.
I believe that our ultimate experience in living begins with God and family.
Our purpose is to facilitate, guide, inspire, and equip you to have a better life.
And a strong family foundation begins with each of us trying to become better individuals.
Let's unite for a stronger Bahamas.
This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Social Services, Information and Broadcasting, the heartbeat of the nation, leading Bahamians from dependency to self-sufficiency to economic empowerment.
Hey, what's up, Mario?
Hey, Dale, what's going on?
Have you seen ZNS new digital platforms?
No. Let me go check it out.
Good day, Bahamas. I'm Devontae Hanna, and this is ZNS Digital,
where we cater to your news and entertainment needs. Are you a foodie? I thought so. Then look out for Digital Bites.
Shining a light on Bahamians and the good that they do, ZNS Digital is home to the Sunshine Room.
Keeping up with the latest trends, our original content will keep you entertained.
Yeah, that's cool.
But have you seen the new website?
No, I didn't see it. Let me go look.
We're still your most trusted source for news and information.
That's ZNS Digital?
Yeah, that's ZNS Digital, the people station in your pocket.
Well, what about me? What about you? What? Well, I thirsty too, you know. You want to see all the water out there? Well, why you don't give me your water, and then you go try and drink that salt water?
You crazy, eh?
I ain't the one talking to a dog, you know.
Ain't nobody could drink salt water.
Then why you won't give it to me? All dogs need fresh, cool water and sufficient shelter from the sun all year round, especially on the beach and during the hot summer months.
Summers are very hot here in the Bahamas, so please make sure all pets have ample, cool, fresh water in proper containers and sufficient shelter from the sun, even on the beach. And make sure all dog houses and kennels have proper ventilation. Let's make it Bahamian to be humane.
This message has been brought to you by the Bahamas Humane Society and the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas.
By giving unconditionally, not expecting anything in return, I thought was a wonderful way of showing this love, and I believe that it is love that truly draws people, and so I thought we could cover a lot more people by feeding. Volunteers, you know, they have truly been sold.
My passion is to help, and I thank God for what I can do through the help of Bahamas Feeding Network.
Welcome to What's Trending. Join me, Jiminita Swain.
And me, the Bahama Beauty, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m.
Only on the ZNS Network.
A new era is dawning in Grand Bahama. An opportunity, it's knocking louder than ever. Introducing Tract B, Bahama Reef Yacht and Country Club Unit 1, a prime corner commercial property, footsteps from the Port Lacaya Marketplace, crystal clear waters and white sandy beaches. This expansive 4.8-acre tract is zoned for commercial and multi-use development. Envision a thriving restaurant, a boutique hotel, or an entertainment hub unique to your vision come to life. You can live, work, play, and learn in paradise when you seize this rare opportunity today. Collaborate with DEFCO and let's shape the future of Grand Bahama Island together.
We're sitting here at our recently constructed observation deck at Harlan Wilson's Pond National Park. This is going to be the biggest undertaking that we have done as an organization with respect to the potential to reach the highest percentage of our population. We expect to have trails that run along old causeways that are part of the system, thousands of feet of first-class boardwalk, several observation decks, a couple of observation towers, a visitor center. We have interpretive panels that are going to be all along the boardwalk.
Well, we're definitely still developing the park. In the near future, we're hoping to have some kayaking facilities so we can do some kayaking as well as the bird watching. For the next year, we're going to be bringing school groups here pretty much on a daily basis. We're hoping that every school, particularly in New Providence, but also from the Family Islands, come down here to utilize this park.
From its biological or ecological perspective, this wetland system is perhaps the most important inland wetland system on the island of New Providence. It is easily the most important for not only migratory waterfowl and shorebirds, other wetland birds, but also for resident birds as well. So this is an important system.
People who are very interested in birding would come to this area and come bird watching. And it wasn't until there was a competition on how many birds that you could actually find that people realized that this is where you found the highest concentration in such a small area. And that's when everybody started getting a lot of interest in this area biodiversity-wise. The most important reason to protect this area definitely is because of the bird life here, particularly migratory species. You get species coming from as far away as Canada coming to use these ponds at certain times of the year. Over 100 different bird species have been seen utilizing this small area, which is, 250 acres. We have quite a bit of plant life, a good number of Bahamian representatives typical of inland wetlands, particularly the buttonwood and the leather ferns. Here we have a leather fern, which is a Bahamian native species. You find it typically in inland lakes around the Bahamas. They're quite spectacular. They're very large growing ferns and very typical of the landscape. Ferns are an ancient group of plants that have been here since before the time of dinosaurs. And here we have some buttonwood. And these trees get their names from their inflorescence that eventually turns brown, and they become much bigger than this, and people think it looks like buttons, so that's where buttonwood got its name. We have a lot of invasive species that have been taking over our wetlands. We have, of course, the casuarina, which is a major problem. Brazilian pepper is probably one of the worst. Cattails for this area.
The rate at which these cattails have advanced is phenomenal. We're going to be looking at controlling cattails through the use of mechanical removal.
It's one of those, we love to hate it, because cattails actually, it's known that cattails are really good at cleansing polluted water. And so having the cattails here is actually kind of good because it's helping to clean the water out.
They serve as natural habitat, as they would be on the edge of systems for birds to retreat, either to rest or perhaps even for nesting activities.
But when it gets really dry, cattails go very brown. They're starting to go very brown now, and that is a major fire hazard. So for us, it's also that sort of issue as well as the invasive. And here we have Brazilian pepper. It's quite easy to identify. It has these opposite leaves, and they, with the one here, because they are odd in numbered, but also they always have this red-ish stem here with a bright green typical leaf. But the biggest giveaway is their smell when you crush the leaves. You can actually smell that pepper smell. It particularly loves wetlands, but you'll find it all over the place. They really do invade areas and push out the Bahamian native species.
They are also going to be the focus of aggressive management and eradication programs.
It's a problem for our species. We're certainly losing a lot of Bahamian native plants as a result to invasives in general. And One of the main problems is that, areas like the Bahamas is starting to look like all other parts of the world. This homogenization, we are losing what I regard our true national identity, which is our Bahamian plants. Like most inland wetlands, they play a very important role for recharging the freshwater lens down below. Places like down Fire Trail Road and places like that, they do still use well water, so it is in their best interest that this area is kept pollution-free.
It's a very important area from the point of view of alleviating flooding for neighboring communities.
Wetlands historically have always been used as dump sites because they're always the lowest point in the land. Certain companies dealing with a lot of oil and a lot of toxic chemicals will often use wetlands to discard those chemicals as well, so that's a major problem. Development obviously is a major problem for wetlands throughout the Bahamas because it permanently alters the landscape, and often it takes 50 to 100 years for it to recover.
If it wasn't protected, its loss would have had a significant negative impact on especially the waterbird avifauna of New Providence.
It's got a special look to it. It's actually very nice and quite pleasant. You get a nice breeze out here, so it's a nice, pleasant place to visit.
Even though we are in the heart of a city, you can come here and almost feel like you're in a wilderness area somewhere.
We are here in the time of need. There's no discrimination. The mission is to relieve the suffering. We volunteer, we deliver care. With donors and partners, we're always here to turn compassion into action. Protecting life and health with our training throughout the years. We empower to heal the world. There is hope, assistance with disasters. There is shelter and love for our people. We can work together to help those in need. So volunteer with us and donate to show you care. There is hope, assistance with disasters. There is shelter and love for our people. We can work together to help those in need. So volunteer with us and donate to show you care. Together, let's build a more resilient Bahamas. Community farming for food security. Climate programs suited for our island country. Together, let's build a more resilient Bahamas.
This message brought to you by the Bahamas Red Cross Society in conjunction with the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas.
Abuse, domestic violence, suicidal tendencies. Are you being stressed out from these problems? Call the national hotline at 422-2763 or 322-2763. There are trained social workers available 24 hours to help you. Know that you are not alone in this. This public service announcement has been brought to you by the Bahamas National Trust in conjunction with the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas.
For 60 years, we have been here, the voice of the environment. Here, speaking up and for your national parks, all across the islands of this nation. the places God visits for vacation, spanning over 2.5 million acres of land and sea. How delighted then he must be to see a sea of pink, as flamingos mingle and haven like jingles play where queen counts still sleep. And if you listen, you can hear it. The words of gossiping parrots awaiting the diction of the day. All 365 of them, that's every day and every year. 15,000 children share in the beauty of this playground. Our name is yours. And we have been yours for years unnoticed. Don't forget us. Support us. Your national parks. The defenders of your environment. Join us. Remember, our cause is yours. The first land and sea park in the world is yours. Heritage. Here it is. When was the last time you gasped at our scenery, gotten lost in the depth of our reefs, or even awed at the green of the leaves of our trees? Don't hesitate to donate and volunteer. Don't hesitate to care. We are here for you. The Bahamas National Trust, BNT. 3 letters that spell out simply, perfectly, and undoubtedly that we are yours.
Did you know that if a fire starts in your home, you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape? Keep your family and home safe with these few fire safety preparation and prevention tips. Ensure that your home has working smoke detectors. They will alert you if there is smoke and fire in your home. Install a smoke detector on every level of your home, inside each bedroom and outside each sleeping area. Test smoke detectors every month and change the batteries every 6 months. Home fires can spread rapidly and every second counts. Create an escape plan and practice it with everyone in your home. Make sure everyone can safely escape in less than 2 minutes. Keep escape routes as clutter-free as possible so no one trips or falls on the way out during an emergency. In addition to smoke detectors, fire extinguishers is an important device to have on hand. To use a fire extinguisher, remember the acronym PASS. Pull the pin, aim the nozzle, squeeze the handle, and sweep from side to side at the base of the fire. We must all do our parts to ensure that our families and homes are safe in the event a fire occurs. On behalf of the Commissioner of Police, the Director of Fire Services, and all officers of the Fire Department, let's work together to help prevent fires, because fire safety is everyone's responsibility, and the life you save may be your own.
It's the country's biggest stage for business and investment, and the Bahamas Tonight will be there bringing you all the action.
One station.
We've got the up-close interviews and predictions for growth for the nation's busiest sectors.
Taking you around the world.
And at the same time covering the biggest stories that have taken over local headlines, now expected to take an even different twist. We'll be there to give you a front row seat.
Keeping you completely covered.
2 newscasts, 2 nights, live from Times Square in New York City.
This is serious business.
But make no mistake, it's the Big Apple. So we're also giving you the all access to the interesting and fun stories like the who's who in Bahamian diaspora and what you can't miss if you're in the city that never sleeps.
The Bahamas Tonight, live from New York City, New York, May 29th and 30th. Bringing you live coverage of the Bahamas' Business and Investments Forum 2025. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
Yo, what's up? It's your girl Nika B, and I'm bringing you the heat with my crew on The Drop. We vibing, we reacting.
Hot videos.
We talking to the hottest music producers,
hot interviewers,
Bahamian artists, and Bahamian DJs. Trust me, y'all ain't never want to miss this energy on The Drop.
This your boy Shine 242, and if you want exclusive interviews, hot videos, hot music, then tune into The Drop, man.
It's only right here on The Drop, exclusively on ZNS.
Let's go, man.
I have been coming to this island since I was 12 years old. It didn't take me long to realize the rich history it has here. When I bought this island in 2018, I fulfilled a lifelong dream. The goal is not only to preserve the memories I made over those years, but to make new ones and to give others the opportunity to do the same. As we go through this process, it has become clear to me. We aren't just rebuilding an island, we're reviving a legend.
Abaco National Park is 20,500 acres of pine forest. But it also contains a portion of coppice, which is important for the Bahama pirates as they forage. The reasons for it being created was to protect the habitat for the Bahama parrot.
The Bahamas National Trust had been aware that the Bahama parrot population on Abaco was struggling. And what the trust did is we partnered with an organization called Rare Conservation, who basically puts together a social marketing campaign. And the goal of that was to establish a national park in Abaco. We had a mascot called Quincy who traveled not just to Abaco, but all over New Providence and Grand Bahama and down to Inagua. Took Quincy to schools. We had a Quincy song, a Quincy rap. We had Quincy billboards. We had a poster about the parrot. We had a bumper sticker about the parrot. We just tried to make everybody know that there was this parrot in Abaco and this parrot needed to have a park. We were really thrilled in 1994 when one of the first things that Prime Minister Ingram did was to establish the National Park in Abaco. And the great thing is it protects a lot of pine forest, very important for biodiversity, not just for the parrot, protects a part of that southern water table.
I've recently been hired as the Chief Park Warden for Abaco. It's the first time that the Bahamas National Trust has had a presence here, a physical presence here in Abaco. What our intentions are really is to try and promote the parks locally and to visitors and try to get them to appreciate what is here, what we have, and to use the parks as much as possible. Provide a number of visitor experience. For one, birders, you know, to get a good glimpse of our native park.
You have all kinds of other interesting bird species that make the national park their homes. We have Bahama wood stars, actually quite a few Bahama wood stars throughout the park. Any place you sit down, and if you wait just a few minutes, more than likely you'll see one buzzing by. The Atala butterflies flying around. We have West Indian woodpeckers here. We have downy woodpeckers flying around.
We know that the Kirkland's warbler, which winters here in the Bahamas, passes through that area.
We have the Bahama swallow that's in this area as well. The Bahama mockingbird lives in this area, also an endemic. Basically, endemic means that it's only found in one place, and a lot of these species are found here on Abaco and in the park.
Normally what we find is that with the absence of fire, you find coppice land kind of taking over the landscape. Fire keeps the place open up for the abaco parrot to nest.
It doesn't actually burn the pine trees up. It just clears out the understories. By doing that, these nest cavities that the parrots use are made visible to them. So if the fires weren't out here, all the vegetation underneath would grow to a level where the parrots couldn't see the cavities.
There is a point of too much fire. What happens is that the fire destroys the coppice. The coppice land is what we call a fire-sensitive habitat. We are losing the coppice in recent times because the fire is introduced out of the normal schedule of things. It's not naturally introduced as we speak. Right now, most of the fires are human-induced.
So these coppice areas are extremely important to parrots because that's the only place pretty much they can find food.
Fire is a major role of a pine ecosystem. There is a management plan, fire management plan for the Abaco National Park. You still have to investigate exactly when it is necessary for the fire to pass through. That will be included in the actual general management plan.
The general management plan is to manage the Abaco National Park in a way that we stay to the mission and to the reasons why that park was protected.
Abaco National Park was primarily established to protect the nesting area for the parrots. The parrot needs its nest sites protected as well as feeding habitat throughout the island.
If their feeding grounds aren't protected, then that poses a huge problem for the Bahama parrot.
In years to come, you know, Abaco is an island that's really targeted for development. We would like to get some more land added onto that park.
What I would like to see protected as far as foraging habitat outside of the park is the Coppice Ridge, which is located along the eastern side of Great Abaco. When we did a tracking study of the birds, that's where we found that most of them went to was along this eastern ridge.
The Bahamas is a developing country, and we have to look 50 to 100 years. The conservation work that we do now will benefit for generations to come, because down in South Abaco might become very developed over the next 15 to 20 years. But at least we know that that area of land is protected. You go there and you start to appreciate the work of the trust and why these areas are being protected.
Disabled person, a lot of times we feel like it's just us. And I recognize, even through my bone cancer journey and receiving an amputation, that it was time to join the community around me. So I started to dive into sports, adaptive sports, Paralympic development. So that's how I got into para archery. You know the lens that you have in yourself on your own value. How am I going to be productive? How am I going to leave a mark or do an impact in your community? You're going to have to decide that even in showing up, you're celebrating your wins, but also acknowledging and being accountable for the times that you did not do what you needed to do, but it's never a loss, it's a learn. And so actually helps us to focus on that, focus on ourselves and focus on our actions. crime-free, looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
Hey, y'all, what's up?
Hey, what's that?
What y'all getting?
Listen, I've been waiting, mashed down some lobs here.
Hi, I'm Matthew. I will be you guys' waiter today. Can I take your order?
Oh, I've been jonesing for some grouper dread.
Y'all see this?
See, this ain't gonna work.
Where the fish gone, though?
But how, though?
Don't leave our children with no fish in their future. Protect our sea. Protect our way of life. Protect the Bahamas. To learn how you can help, find us on Facebook at Bahamas Protected. See the future.
Hey, what's up, Mario?
Hey, Dale, what's going on?
Have you seen ZNS new digital platforms?
No. Let me go check it out.
Good day, Bahamas. I'm Devontae Hanna, and this is ZNS Digital,
where we cater to your news and entertainment needs. Are you a foodie? I thought so. Then look out for Digital Bites.
Shining a light on Bahamians and the good that they do, ZNS Digital is home to the sunshine room.
Keeping up with the latest trends, our original content will keep you entertained.
Yeah, that's cool.
But have you seen the new website?
No, I didn't see it. Let me go look.
We're still your most trusted source for news and information.
That's ZNS Digital?
Yeah, that's ZNS Digital, the people station in your pocket.
A Lyford Key. I'm Tanya Smith Cartwright. This is ZNS.
It's the country's biggest stage for business and investment, and the Bahamas Tonight will be there bringing you all the action.
One station.
We've got the up-close interviews and predictions for growth for the nation's busiest sectors.
Taking you around the world.
And at the same time covering the biggest stories that have taken over local headlines, now expected to take an even different twist. We'll be there to give you a front row seat.
Keeping you completely covered.
2 newscasts, 2 nights, live from Times Square in New York City.
This is serious business.
But make no mistake, it's the Big Apple. So we're also giving you the all access to the interesting and fun stories like the who's who in Bahamian diaspora and what you can't miss if you're in the city that never sleeps.
The Bahamas Tonight, live from New York City, New York, May 29th and 30th. Bringing you live coverage of the Bahamas' Business and Investments Forum 2025. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
The success of the Inagua National Park is due to innovative partnerships between people working at international, national, local, and even corporate levels. A fine example of public and private entities working together is the partnership that has evolved between the Morton Salt Company and the Bahamas National Trust. Morton runs a solar salt operation on Inagua, employing a large percentage of the population. Expanding on the naturally occurring salt pans due to the low rainfall and rapid evaporation process, Morton collects and exports salt throughout the world.
It's really quite phenomenal. The salt, the production of the salt is really good for the flamingos. And the flamingos are really good for salt production. Basically what happens is in the great big evaporators, they have the brine shrimp that are living in there, so it's a great place for the flamingos to eat. But while the flamingos are in there eating brine shrimp, There's also flamingo droppings that are going into the evaporators, help speed up the evaporation process. And so you have this wonderful partnership. Flamingos and salt really seem to go together. And in fact, that's true not just of flamingos, but also of shorebirds. You'll find in different places in the world where you have salt, you will find that they are literally fabulous places for water birds and also for migrating birds. Usually lots of food there for them. And it seems to work out really, really wonderful partnership. As a corporate sponsor for the Inagua National Park, I can't even begin to say what Morton has done for us. They have been a true helper. We need things. For a couple of years, they were the ones who financed and donated our truck to us. Now, when we're going down and visiting in the park, the main house, which is owned by Morton, and then also there are a couple of private rental houses that the company owns. Mr. Bannister, who is now the chief executive of Morton, has basically said, this is the B&T house. You know, this is where when you all come down to work, this is where you all can stay. And we're very grateful for that and for the support that Morton gives us.
At the Office of the Prime Minister, I'm Devontae Hanno. This is At an S.
Coming up, the softest, fluffiest bedding in the world. The super long, super strong pipes that drill for oil thousands of meters underground. And the stuff that puts the boing in rubber bands. How do they do it? Sleep. Nature's sign that you're not drinking enough coffee.
Over a lifetime, you'll spend almost 250,000 hours of sleep. That adds up to almost 28 years. If you're going to spend that amount of time in the sack, you want a decent duvet.
So when it comes to turning one of these into one of these, how do they do it? This farm, near the village of Hanbjerg in northern Denmark, is the scene of foul play. And the police reckon this gaggle is to blame. These are some of the 150,000 wildfowl raised by local farmer Martin Dagsbjerg every year. And right now, these ducks and geese could murder something to eat. Al fresco dining in -2 degrees Celsius isn't for everyone. But thanks to a covering of down, a freezing Scandinavian winter feels like Barbados to a goose.
Down has spindly arms that trap pockets of air. And these air pockets insulate the goose, keeping it warm, but they also help them float.
For farmers like Martin, the fluffy down is white gold. When his birds are killed to be eaten, he collects the down and sells it on to the bedding industry.
The geese and the ducks are outside the most of their life. That brings both more quantity of feathers and downs, but also a better quality. So it's second to none, it's top class.
All these birds will be gone in a few months. It might sound a bit cruel, but Martin isn't losing any sleep over it.
I sleep in such feathers and downs myself, and I sleep very, very well.
The down that farmer Martin harvests is sent here, Dukon, in the town of Lunderskov, possibly the lightest factory on Earth. They make thousands of pillows and duvets a week, getting through over 8,000 50-kilogram sacks like these in the process.
Duvets originally came from Scandinavia and took off in the 70s when ABBA was at the top of the charts, which is why the ad men came up with the slogan, "Sleep with a Swede."
The first job is to give the freshly plucked produce a thorough clean. This is done using a giant washing machine. The next challenge is deciding which ones will make the best duvets. And that's a job for Pulley Jakobsen. If you think he looks like he's feeling down, don't worry. That's what he's paid to do.
My nickname here is a feather professor, and that's only because I have had this huge interest in down and feathers.
Professor Feather studies samples of the down the factory receives to work out which ones will keep you warmest at night.
A good night's sleep can actually help you lose weight. People who don't get enough sleep are likely to have lower levels of a hormone called leptin, and leptin suppresses your appetite.
Unlike feathers, down doesn't have a stiff quill in the middle, so it's much softer. But separating the two is no easy task. It's done in this incredible contraption. If you've ever wondered where your dreams are made, here it is. The machine uses air to blow the plumage upwards, creating a kind of feathery blizzard. The fine, light down rises to the top and is siphoned off for use in the most expensive bedding, while the heavier, less valuable feathers stay near the bottom.
The most valuable down of all comes from wild eider ducks. A year's harvest of wild eider down can fit into one small truck. And the most expensive eider duvets can set you back over $8,500.
A sample of the higher quality down is then sent to the factory's lab for testing. It's up to technician Kirsten Stoltenborg to analyse this batch. First, she separates the down from any remaining feathers. To be officially classed as down, the batch can only contain a maximum 40% feathers. The company tries to reduce the number wherever possible, without fluffing the figures. Kirsten's next job is to test the oil and bacteria content of the sample. To do this, she washes it with distilled water. Then she takes a small amount of the resulting liquid and adds a series of chemical reagents. By measuring how much reagent is needed to turn the liquid clear again, she can work out how many bacteria might be in the sample. Too high, and it's sent back for more washing. But this one is good to go and can be signed off, ready to be made into bedding. Now the down needs to be sent down to the production line for the company's Ringsted Dunn brand of duvets. That's a job for Jesper Olsen. The good news is that his job doesn't involve any heavy lifting. The bad news is he's spitting feathers by the end of each shift. Shaking the sack ensures the down stays fluffy as it falls down the chute of this machine, where it collects at the bottom in a light, feathery blanket. Once the machine is switched on, a vacuum sucks the down out. And these dancing gates measure it into the right portions to fill a duvet with. The duvet filling takes place on what look like giant operating tables. That's because stuffing a duvet is a surgical procedure. After attaching one end to a series of clamps set into grooves in the table, Esther Harmich slides the other end over 4 metal tubes. When she hits the on switch, these tubes pump portions of down into pre-sewn pockets. Once the row is filled, the clamps pull the end back and the tubes fill the next set of compartments. And so on, until the duvet is packed with 600 grams of lovely, fluffy, feathery down. Once the duvet has been stitched up, it passes to Anna Meda Thurslev. She checks for any stray bits of metal that might have fallen in from the machines or during the sewing process.
We have to be thorough because it goes out to people. So if it has needles in them, it would come back to us. So it's really important to be thorough about it.
Finally, the duvet is folded up and packed up, ready to help you sleep like a baby. Although anyone who says that obviously hasn't got one. Still to come, engineering super strong pipes to drill for oil and gas. And producing our flexible friend, the rubber band. How do they do it?
Tired of looking at the same old kitchen? Step 1. Our talented recommended designer Mark crafts a custom design just for you. Step 2. Once your design is ready, CBS Bahamas makes ordering effortless. Your dream kitchen is within reach. Step 3. Our recommended installers bring your vision to life, ensuring every detail is perfectly in place. Sit back and relax as your dream space becomes a reality. Visit cbsbahamas.com and start bringing your home improvement dreams to life today.
Oil is the lifeblood of the modern world. From trucks and planes to cars and ships, all need a dose of Texas tea to keep them alive.
In the time it takes you to listen to this sentence, the world will have produced 8,000 barrels of oil. That's 1.5 million liters.
Drilling for oil sounds simple enough. You just put a giant steel pipe in the ground and wait for the oil to come gushing out. But creating pipes that can reach thousands of meters through some of the toughest environments imaginable is no mean feat. How do they do it? The forests of Alberta, Canada. Flying over this snowy landscape, you'd never guess that this wilderness holds more black gold than the oil fields of the Middle East.
Oil is just dead prehistoric plants. To make 1 tank of gas, it takes 1,000 tons of prehistoric compost and a few million years. It's like recycling, but slower.
Getting oil out of this frozen land isn't easy. That's where this beast comes in. The Neighbours 102 rig. Capable of drilling down 5,500 meters. It could eat through Mont Blanc for main course, then 2 Eiffel Towers for dessert. And the best thing about this monster is that it can walk from one drinking hole to the next. When the giant walking drill rig is in place, it's up to Chris Donahue and his crew to get the beast down to business.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready there, boss.
First, they use a hydraulic lift to haul a key piece of kit into position, the drill pipe.
What we're doing now is we're bringing singles of heavyweight drill pipe onto the floor.
Drill pipes are 10-meter long, 200-kilo steel tubes.
At Tonic Williams Darling Highway, I'm Tajaro Hudson. This is ZNS.
The bills associated with the new budget tabled moments ago in the House of Assembly. The House is now adjourned. Debate on the 2025-2026 budget will begin when proceedings resume. We now go live to the Leader of the Opposition's office for the opposition's response to the 2025-2026 budget communication.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the press. Today, the Prime Minister stood before the House and tried to sell the Bahamian people a dream of opportunity, island by island. But while the Prime Minister dreams, Bahamians are living a harsh reality, one where the cost of living keeps rising. Systems are broken, and families struggle to live the life they deserve. Even he admits what a recent poll by the Nassau Guardian revealed. 64.7% of Bahamians believe the economy is getting worse. And yet the government continues to act as if things are getting better for everyone, when the truth is they are only getting better for a few, the precious few. So today, let's tell it like it is and judge this administration by its own standard. The Prime Minister claimed recently that the nation is no longer in a crisis. He said they inherited an economy on life support. But the numbers tell the truth. When the PLP took office, the economy was growing at a 14% pace. Davis said the healthcare system was under pressure, and yet under this government, It's worse than ever before. Ambulances bought with taxpayer money sit idle while they were not, and the fact is they were not road safety ready. Our hospitals are overcrowded, crumbling, and under-resourced. And the promised new hospitals, really it's just that, a promise, words on paper, with no plan for staffing. Not for the hospitals now, not for the hospitals to be built. The Prime Minister said people were burdened by fear and frustration when he took office. Then that burden got worse on his watch, and he started to shift the blame. He told you that the cost of living was a choice. It was your choice. You are suffering because of your choices. What we do know is crime is up, murders are rising, sexual violence is rising. People do not feel safe, and they don't feel like they can trust this government. This government's definition of progress should concern all of us. They talk about a balanced budget and even a surplus, an announcement that comes as a surprise to all the contractors, nurses, workers, vendors who are still waiting for their payment. When Davis says the government hasn't made any cuts, clearly he has forgotten the people that the government owes. So if there's a surplus, we say to everyone who's owed by this government, all the public servants, all of the vendors, here and abroad, call the government today. They have a surplus. They have more than enough money to pay the bills. The Prime Minister is once again proving that PLP math never adds up. When the F&M left office, feminine products and medicine were VAT-free. The PLP slapped on 10% and then turned around, dropped it to 5% and called it relief. That's not help, that's damage control. Now they want credit for cleaning up a mess that they created when they came to office. They beat the termite-infested deaths to pieces today, crediting themselves for a problem they created that they must now come and correct. On job creation, ask the thousands still unemployed or underemployed. Almost 20% of young Bahamians are still unemployed. And those fortunate enough to find work quickly discover that their wages cannot keep up with today's inflation. The government talks a lot about the numbers, but the real question is, do they feel it in their everyday lives? The answer is clearly no. Are these jobs ones that people can build a future on with fair pay, stability, and growth opportunities? It's not just about quantity, it's also about quality. For small business support, they once promised $50 million a year. That means we should be at the $150 million mark by now. But right now, they would struggle to show even $15 million. That's not empowerment, that's neglect. In education, we are not keeping pace. Schools across the Family Islands lack the basics, and teachers are working harder with few resources. In 2023, the Education Ministry surveyed public school students and found that 44% of our student population suffers learning loss, and that they were potentially faced with systematic gaps that have to be corrected. We stand with the government with any measure that would be able to correct any of the gaps our students have in the learning process. But what we need is more resources in order to facilitate the action. In healthcare, we have more promises, press releases, and photo ops. But right now, the Rand Memorial Hospital is treating patients in a facility with only one functional operating theater. The government says it will build 2 brand new facilities. They are having problems today managing the existing facilities and clinics. For the vulnerable, we are seeing less relief. Within the first 8 months of this fiscal year, this administration cut $9.6 million from social assistance spending, from 161.8 million to 152.2 million compared to the same period last year. Despite all the pain in this country, the Prime Minister did not think this was worth mentioning. In fact, he hardly addressed crime. In fact, he didn't seriously address crime, and he certainly did not address in depth the vulnerability that Bahamians face and what his plan of action in this budget is to address those concerns. This government has given us 3+ years, nearly 4 years of reckless spending, rule breaking, cocktail parties, receptions, and flying all over the place, and went home making secret deals. And this year, we are sure it will be no different. They have bad habits that they seem unable to break. Most of the capital expenditure for the upcoming fiscal year will once again be channeled to the politically well-connected, or those who already have a head start, and the government is making the divide even greater between them and those who wish to also be included in the opportunity society. By their own reports, for the period of December 2023 to March of this year, this government has awarded 80% of the dollar value public contracts to no-bid contracts. In other words, without any competitive bidding, they've spent a remarkable amount of money with a select group of service providers. Of the $517 million in contracts reportedly awarded, some $415 million worth of contracts were labeled as single source, direct awards with no bidding. We expect this year it will only get worse. Please hear me carefully. This is not the new day we were promised. It's a Bahamas for the few, but not for you. They promised accountability, but they are always late, months late, when it comes to publishing the monthly and quarterly budget reports. They promised carbon credit revenue by now. We haven't seen the first cents. While we have confidence in those who may be working on some of the innovative initiatives, we certainly do not have confidence in this government's ability to help them realize the goals that they have stated publicly. They promise a Family Island Development Fund, but no one knows where the money is or where the money went. We are actually unaware of where it's coming from when it comes to this government. They promise funding for freedom of information, yet that remains an unrealized goal. We understand the commissioner who awaits to carry out the mandate has not been properly resourced in order for the program to get started. Make no mistake, this is an attempt at a pre-election budget. In this year's annual performance, they will promise even more when it comes to the debate that will commence shortly. They will promise the moon and the stars. But where we are right here on Earth, they're having difficulty delivering even the most basic needs of our people. The question isn't what the government will promise on budget day. It is how many more promises they will fail to deliver. Already, they have tried to rewrite history. We won't let them. We will not allow them to gloss over the reality. And we certainly will not allow them to stifle our future. During the budget debate, you will hear a crystal clear vision for a stronger economy under the FNM. We will invest in people, not just projects. We will explode opportunities not yet seized in the green economy, in the blue economy, and the orange economy. We will ensure that Grand Bahama and the Family Islands are not an afterthought, but will be priorities. We will unleash the potential of our small businesses with real money, not bury them under red tape. We did it before, and we will do it again. We will bring back VAT, exemptions on essential items, no half-stepping. We will make sure you know what your government is doing with your assets. We will fix our healthcare system and the education system, not just talk. And we will restore trust in governance by putting accountability back at the center of everything we do as public servants. This government has had 3.5, almost 4 years. And for 3.5 years, they've asked the Bahamian people to wait and see. It is always about starting projects, breaking new grounds, appearing to be busy, but closing the deal is a challenge for them. But the people are no longer waiting, and come next election, we believe they will act to remove this administration. And so finally, my fellow Bahamians, it is painfully clear that Philip Davis does not have any new ideas. It's also clear that so long as the PLP is in power, it will be the same old system for the same old few, not the majority of us who are struggling. If you want the Bahamas to get ahead and stay ahead, we need new leadership, leadership that's not afraid to keep it real and to do what it takes to make the big changes. Philip Davis thinks the system is fine. In fact, he thinks it's doing extremely well. But the truth is, it works for his friends. I think the system is broken because it doesn't work for you. You can fix a problem if you're committed to doing so. But you can't fix a problem if you don't admit that the problem exists. You can't unleash the full potential of this economy if you bomb on the desk for business as usual, as they did today. And you certainly can't lift everyone up when you think that some jobs are more valuable than others. The F&M is different than the PLP, different than our recent previous selves. And we will lay out our plan. We will build a more inclusive economy. We believe in government in the sunshine and a country where everybody can eat from a bigger economic pie. This is the vision we offer the Bahamian people. And it is the future we are committing to build along with you. The floor is now open for any questions.
Please state your name and the media house you're from before you ask your question. Thank you. Mr. Pindar, how would you describe the PM's communication and what would you rate it?
Lackluster. He recycled a tremendous amount of ideas. And so specifically in the area of agriculture, he mentioned pretty much the same kinds of initiatives that he had talked about before. In the poultry sector, the Golden Yoke program. Remember, this was announced before and was capitalized at that time, I believe, at $15 million. We are unclear on whether the 9 he mentioned today is 9 on top of the 15. And so again, at best, lackluster. And again, we say, we'll give him a D.
Linton Ritchie from Eyewitness News. Mr. Pintar, is there any concern regarding, the announcement of the VAT reduction on these items and the impact that it can have on government revenue?
Well, our concern is primarily for the Bahamian people, and these are measures we have advocated for, measures that the PLP, when it came to government, they did the exact opposite. In fact, we had already taken VAT of those items, a number of those items, and they put it back on. We believe that if you are growing this economy, you are in a position to offset some of the losses that you are likely to incur. But more importantly, if people are hungry, it's hard for them to be productive. If people are suffering, again, catastrophic illnesses because of the inability to afford health care and medicine, again, it does not help us to be a productive society. So we believe that it is the right thing to do. They are the ones who helped to create the problem, and now they want credit for coming behind and correcting it under pressure. And that's what it is. It was a budget communication under pressure.
Good afternoon, Ariel Bullard from the Tribune. What do you make of Mr. Davis' claims that there's a 16.6% increase in the deficit? In the government, when they took office, there's been a downward trend in this deficit.
Well, we're going to have more to say about that. We do know that he unfortunately communicates figures that once you fact check him, that he is off on it. And so we are going in the budget to get into the details about the fact that there is a widening deficit. In fact, one of the untruths that I believe that he told is he sought to give the impression that today he has done such a remarkable job that they now have a balanced budget and a surplus. But when you look at the finer print and you listen extra carefully, you realize that he's projecting that there will be a surplus in the future. We don't believe, based on his track record, that they're going to be successful in that regard. And we know, based on the figures from the midterm budget, that they are having a widening deficit. And so, no, we don't accept his words. We'll look at the figures. And in a week or so, when we return to the House, we'll be able to speak specifically on it.
Mr. Pintar, Boyd Allen, ZNS News. Your party has advocated toward reform toward fire services nationally, and the Prime Minister spoke toward that today with some changes in the pipeline. Do you think that's enough?
No, I mean, it's clearly not enough. I mean, we have made the point. We want an independent fire department with someone in charge that's the equivalent of a commander, of a commissioner, much like there's a police commissioner. We believe that that should come in tandem with putting in place volunteer fire departments on each of the family islands. We also believe that the government should immediately create an inventory of resources that can help in the fight against fires, whether it is in residential areas or wildfires, because we know in Grand Bahama from our own experience, some of the resources that our team helped to mobilize to fight fires, no one in the government ever contacted those companies, and some of them have had more water available in their trucks than the 1,000 gallons that the government had available in the fire engine. So there's a series of things that need to be done, and we need an independent fire department that's properly resourced.
Now, I know that prior to this budget, the government has touted new increases in taxes or new taxes, but we did see, as we saw in the budget, there's been one look out for fees. And we
Correct.
did know one new fees. Have you keep an eye on those fees that we saw?
We will do exactly what we did during the last budget cycle. They have now laid the documents. We're going to go through them very carefully. And just as we discovered last year and was able to bring to the public's attention, we'll do the same. And of course, we are going to look at the vessels of different sizes, because we get a sense that there may be some increases there. The Prime Minister referenced the seabeds leases, and so we'll look to see what is the rationale there, and then what are those fees. But you know, if we were into betting, we'd almost bet that this government is going to increase a number or introduce a number of fees. That's just their way. Smoke and mirrors.
Do you think that seabed fees is one of those ways that we saw in the voting and trying to gain by
We're gonna take a look at it, and so that we could speak clearly and accurately on it. But very little surprises with respect to this administration.
And then finally, from me, obviously, tourism is our bread and butter here in the Bahamas. The Prime Minister described cruise ships as floating resorts. Do you think there's more that can be done in terms of squeezing more out of that market?
Without question, I found it interesting that the Prime Minister referred to them in that way, while at the same time not commenting on their strategic plan, which they do not have, on how to increase stopover visitors. The real revenue for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas going forward, or the lion's share of the tourism revenue, comes from stopover tourism. And so while we appreciate and will continue to work to enhance the relationship of the Bahamian government with the cruise industry, the Prime Minister, he had an opportunity to talk about what they will do to stop the conversion of more stopover visitors into cruise passengers, because that's exactly what happened. Florida, the eastern seaboard, we had much higher figures in terms of stopover visitors, and we've noticed that as those stopover visitors numbers decrease, the cruise numbers increased in those same markets. And so again, there are several things that we're able to do. One of the things I'll say on this occasion is more Bahamians need to own the amenities, not just when they come to Nassau or Freeport, but even on the private islands. Other than that, it's a select group of persons who are benefiting.
My question: do you see other cuts, like in energy efficient appliances and cuts in medication? Do you feel that is enough for Bahamians to feel the medication cost of living decrease at this point to make it go further?
Well, we support measures that will ease the burden of Bahamians, but we know that the government is still tinkering around the edges. We know that the big savings for Bahamians is to have the best possible price for electricity. We are in no position to know if that's what we're getting, because the government in the energy space, through their reforms, they have basically awarded the contracts to particular consortiums with no competitive bidding. So we do not know if we're getting the best value for money, no matter how confident we are in the service providers who have been named. So when you ask about appliances, we say, you know, that's a small item. We don't know how far that moves the needle. But what we do know is that this government has not allowed more potential energy providers into the space because they have selected the few over giving an opportunity to the many. And they still haven't explained fully what their overall plan is in the energy space. It's always, we're working it out. We're working out what we're going to do with Pike. We're working out what we're going to do with the regasification plant. And except everything seemed to be in flux.
I got a final question for you. What do you make of Prime Minister not touching on the Grand Bahama deal?
On the Grand Bahama deal? He's not ready or able to share the details. That's what the big issue is. And again, we are pulling for Grand Bahama. We are committed to the development of Grand Bahama. We are just disappointed that the Prime Minister refused to share the details. He and the Deputy Prime Minister have said something very different. The Deputy Prime Minister says the money is in the bank. The Prime Minister is unable to confirm whether his deputy is correct. And so we are seeking to meet with the developers. We've already written them. We had an opportunity to have an initial introductory discussion with their attorneys, and now we're also hoping to meet with the government so that we could get the details with respect to the project. If you throw a party with 7 or 8 hours, the least you can do is give us some details, you know, the least.
She asked about medication. She asked about medication.
Somebody raised a question about medication.
Yeah, it was there's a VAT increase on medications and medical benefits. That's also going to help with
A decrease in the area of healthcare we support, right? What we do not support is the government not being able to lay out a plan on how they will attract more nurses and work on a program on how we retain them, more doctors and other health professionals. We have a massive shortage in the existing facilities we have, yet the government is has entered into an arrangement to, again, build brand new facilities, not being able to properly resource the existing facilities. We want to hear the detailed plan on how they're going to accomplish that.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, members of the press, for coming. I know normally I give you snacks, but next time, you know.
Well, not wasting any time, the government is quickly responding to the opposition's claims about the upcoming budget. We go now to the Senate building and the government's press conference led by the Member of Parliament from Mount Moriah, Mikhail Barnaby.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Today the opposition had their say, and while they had every opportunity to offer substance, they chose instead to offer slogans. They had every chance to speak to the Bahamian people with clarity, and instead they relied on noise. They accused, they dismissed, they spun. But what they failed to do was what this government has done consistently: speak honestly, take responsibility, and most importantly, deliver. This budget is not about theatrics. It's not about scoring political points. It's about giving Bahamians a clear sense of direction and the confidence that their government is serious, focused, and on their side. The opposition says we aren't doing enough, but let me remind them and the country what we have done. This government has delivered the first budget surplus in the nation's history, not by cutting services, but by investing wisely and governing with care. We've lowered VAT on essential medicine, hygiene products, baby supplies, because we know what people are carrying. We've doubled funding for school meals, We've raised wages for public servants. We've launched funding to help farmers. We've invested in clinics, water systems, roads, and aviation. We've put real money behind real things that matter. And we've done all of that while restoring confidence both at home and abroad, that the Bahamas is being governed responsibly. That's not noise, that's delivery. Now, the opposition says Bahamians aren't feeling it, but here's what Bahamians are feeling. They're feeling the price of bread is a little bit lower. They're feeling more of their roads are being paved. They're seeing clinics finally being opened. They're seeing school breakfast programs in every constituency. They're seeing the government show up and follow through. No, not every challenge has been solved, and we would never claim that it has. But what this budget says, what this government has proven, is that when you govern seriously, when you govern carefully, and when you put people first, progress happens. The opposition had the chance to present an alternative. They didn't. They had a chance to support the things Bahamians are asking for. They didn't. They had a chance to be serious. They weren't. So this afternoon, we return to the facts. This budget provides relief. It expands opportunity. It invests in our people. It governs for the present and plans for the future. And here's the deeper truth, my fellow Bahamians. The real problem for the opposition isn't the budget. The real problem is what's good for the Bahamas is bad for the FNM. Every time the economy improves, every time we lower taxes, every time we open a clinic or repair a road or create a new job, their chances of winning the next election slips a little bit further away. Because progress for the Bahamian people leaves them with nothing to run on. They built their entire playbook on the idea that nothing will change, that the government won't deliver, that people will give up hope. But the problem is, we are delivering. And Bahamians haven't given up hope because they see things are moving in the right direction. So the FNM does what it always does when it comes to good news. They try to talk it down. When the country moves forward, they try to drag it back. When a government governs with discipline, they call it a failure because it wasn't theirs. They don't just oppose our policies, they oppose our success. And that's why they don't speak for the Bahamian people, because they are too busy campaigning against their very own country. But here's what the government knows. Progress isn't partisan. Relief is not red or gold. When we invest in public services, that helps everyone. When we lower the cost of living, that helps every family. When we raise public servant pay or fund school meals or expand clinics, that helps the whole country. So while the opposition gets louder, we will get clearer. While they try to distract, we will remain focused. Because this budget is not about scoring political points. It's about moving the Bahamas forward, one decision at a time. We don't pretend to be perfect. No serious government ever should. We know there are still challenges. We know some families are still struggling. Some communities still waiting. And we know that. Real recovery takes time, care, and commitment. But let's be honest about one thing. This country is in a far better place today than when the FNM left it. When we took office, the deficit was out of control, confidence was falling, and services were breaking down. Roads were crumbling, clinics were unfinished, salaries frozen. No vision, no plan, no delivery. We came in during a crisis, but we didn't use it as an excuse. We used it as a reason to get serious and get to work. And now we've produced a budget surplus. We've restored credibility. We've improved access to health care, invested in Family Island infrastructure, expanded education support, and brought real relief to everyday Bahamians. This isn't just a different government, it's a different standard. And the contrast is clear. So no, we don't claim perfection, but what we do claim is progress. And now we're proud to stand on it. And to those who are listening across the Bahamas, I say this. You may hear the noise. You may look around you. The progress is happening. The investment is real. The leadership is steady. And this budget, your budget, is built on one goal in mind: to make life more affordable, more secure, and more fair for every single Bahamian. Thank you all, and God bless the Bahamas.
Well, there you have it, another long budget day. The budget communication tabled in the House of Assembly. The opposition responds, the government answers, and now the debate is set to get underway. Thank you so much for tuning in to the ZNS Network's Budget Show. We encourage you to tune into the parliamentary channel for debate on the 2025-2026 budget in the House of Assembly and the Senate. For the entire team here at ZNS, I'm Ianthea Ferguson. Thanks again for watching.